What is up, everyone? Welcome to another Nihilist Pixel TV stream. Give me 1 second. Is that right? There we go. Alright. So we're just getting back to our usual Starfield grind, trying to get that final achievement of reaching level 100. I think I'm level 83 now, so we're only 17 levels away. I'm curious, is Thomas Sowell alive? God damn, dude.
The culture.
This will probably be boring to a lot of you. I'm gonna be straight up. Thomas Sowell is like one of my favorite fucking authors. He's like the only economist that is still alive that I read. Um, I'm just a big, huge fucking nerd about his shit, about his stuff. So most definitely gonna be listening to him now that I know he's still alive.
Which they grew up with was not the culture in which black kids grew up in America today.
So they had.
There's no gangster rap that was pervasively available in Germany. I mean, the average of black kid today, I think, is probably better off, certainly materially, than say Ben Carson was when he was growing up.
Ben Carson, the famous
Black
surgeon at Johns Hopkins.
Right, right.
Who is immensely accomplished in every way.
Yes.
Right.
I would say that certainly the black kids who are growing up today have a higher material standard of living than I had. The difference was that the schools were good when I came along. They were especially good in New York at that time, hard as that is to believe. But the kids who grew up in that same place where I lived, they will not get that same education. Now that can be blamed on somebody, but it has very little to do with what happened 100 or 200 years ago.
He's got a whole book about this. Oh, the title escapes me, but pretty much the long and short of it, the whole thrust of the book was that before you'll hear Candace Owens talking about this point. She's not very good at delivering it, but the point is that during Jim Crow, the standards set by schools at the time were as harsh, if not harsher, on their black students than they were, or not during Jim Crow, but before the Civil Rights Act. They were as harsh, if not harsher, on their black students than today, where standards are lowered. Um, Things are much easier. Public schools are treating children very differently based on race. I can't remember if it was in white rednecks or if it was in black rednecks and or white liberals and black rednecks. I don't know if it was in that book or if it was in Economic Facts and Fallacies or something, but if I remember I'll post the name of the book later, but he just basically shows a bunch of studies of how literacy rates and academic scores and testing were much better before the modern era. And that people taking it easy on black folks and affirmative action have actually put them in a worse position than they were under very blatantly racist policies. Yeah. I think right now even. Hold on. I don't want 2003. My wife is here as we're going over racial statistics. Even in this, even in the most recent, what is this? This is for mathematics. So even for just mathematics, I want reading though. I read somewhere that the reading scores for black students in predominantly black areas has been going down and getting worse, and this is affirming that mathematics they're sucking the most, and that seems to be an average trend. But on the whole, it seems that everyone's getting dumber. But year on year, just black students seem to be performing the worst, which is sad. But one of Thomas Sowell's key points was that the reason is because the way schools are set up and the way that school policies are set up, black students are let off the hook much more often than white students are, and predominantly black areas have lower test scores than predominantly mixed or predominantly white areas or predominantly Asian areas. Thomas Sowell says that the way to fix that isn't to be more lenient. The way to fix that is to be more strict, and that areas that are predominantly black but hold many charter schools or private schools have their black students performing at or above the national average, which is one of the major points of his book. Which is the major point of his book is that black students and black people are not dumber, and that's a racist thing to assume. What he is saying is that because they are treated differently, their scores come out differently. And that if they were treated the same or stricter as their counterparts, they would have better or even scores. Basically, he's saying that affirmative action and being lenient on students skipping school or being lenient on not expelling troublesome children is what's causing the black community to not perform as well as every other community. And yet you still have lefties calling him a racist, which is super fucking annoying. But I think that was the book. Disparages in education. Shit. Hold on. Let me get this book. Let me get this book right. No, that wasn't it. Charter schools and their enemies. That's the one I read. I'll need to read these other ones too at some point. Yeah, basically I'm a huge Thomas Sowell simp, and I subscribe to almost all of his arguments just because they make sense. He's got the data to lay it out. And the refutation is either something obscenely racist or it's something obscenely stupid from the right. From the far right, it's something obscenely racist, and then from the far left, it's something fucking ridiculously retarded that I don't even want to bother dealing with. It almost always ties back to systemic racism or history of oppression, and that's why black students are suffering today. And it's just fucking annoying because that, even if you are correct, your observation doesn't help in the slightest. Your prescription doesn't actually help anything at all. Your description is helpful for understanding why we're at where we are today, but your prescription following your description is fucking stupid, and it always has been.
And it's true in other countries. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, there's a tribe, the Igbos, who are living in one of the least fertile parts of Nigeria, who were in fact enslaved in centuries past by other tribes and so on. When the British moved in and set up schools, the Igbos went for the schools. By the time Nigeria became independent, the Igbos had climbed above the other groups that had been ahead of them to begin with. But there are all kinds of cross currents of factors, the particular culture, or the particular geography. You run through the whole list of them.
You cite in Intellectuals and Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist James Flynn, that just stopped me cold. After the Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today. And both black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The black kids and the white kids, the same. Quoting Intellectuals and Race, Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of black soldiers in Germany, and now you're quoting Professor Flynn, grew up in a nation with no black subculture, close quote. Which means what? Which means they experienced exactly the same expectations. Is this
No. The expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up was not the culture in which black kids grew up in America today.
So there's
no gangster rap that was pervasively available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back?
Yes. In fact, I went into this in a previous book on which about black rednecks and white liberals.
Phenomenal book. Love that book.
Let's talk about two of your books here. Go ahead.
Because that very same subculture held whites in the South back as well. That in the time this mental testing in the First World War turned up, among other things, the fact that whites from various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than blacks from 4 or 5 northern states. And so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both.
All right. And so
in that book he calls it honor culture, and he says that honor culture is derived from certain areas over in Europe, from settlers that came over here, and how honor culture is more likely to lead to people feeling slighted against against smaller things. So like if I insult you or your shoes or something like that. In honor culture, your reaction isn't to take me to court or to brush it off. Your reaction is to immediately address it and challenge me. He talks about how blacks that engage in this culture and whites that engage in this culture have the same outcomes when it comes to academic testing and success later in life. Pretty much, if you engage in honor culture solely, you're probably you don't really have a good outlook on life. It's not. It doesn't look like it's going to get better for you. And he says that's the same amongst blacks as it is amongst whites. And he says that those that avoid honor culture, namely blacks that were raised in white Protestant areas or that went to white Protestant schools or were on white Protestant or in white Protestant towns, these places were much less likely to engage in honor culture and were much more likely to engage in civility. And he has a name for it in the book. Fuck, I can't remember the name of it in the book, but pretty much the long and short of it was, if I spit in your face, your reaction isn't to swing, your reaction is to wipe your face, get offended, get upset, and then either walk away to a constable to come and arrest me, or like just brush it off. He's calling it, I guess in this book he's focusing more so on that black subculture, but in that book he describes black culture differently. He describes it as honor culture and says that whites engage in it as well, and that whites are the originators of it in the South. Both arguments that I pretty much follow 100%.
Whose job is it to say, wrong subculture, folks, you're harming yourselves?
Well, I would think in an ideal world that intellectuals might take on that task, but the world that we live in, I've noticed, is not ideal.
All right. What is to be done? Take a look at President Lyndon Johnson speaking at Howard University in 1965.
Oh, yes.
But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bringing up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair.
It's pathetic. It's not a question of, there's no you who has the control to be completely fair or completely unfair. I mean, the circumstances are, someone once criticized mental tests on grounds that the tests were unfair. And I think it was David Reisman who said, the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests are measuring the results. But who has control of life? Who has control of the past? Who has control of the culture that people have in the present, which they've inherited from the past?
So Lyndon Johnson, in fact, although good liberal that he was, at least in regard, Lyndon Johnson had a complicated career and changed positions on issues many times. But good liberal though he was at that moment, he was in fact engaging in a breathtaking arrogance.
Yes.
On two counts. One, that white people were the ones who were responsible for where black people stood in the race, that it was up to whites entirely. That blacks, as he described, I'm putting
devastating.
black people are passive, they're acted upon.
That's right, that's right.
And then the second act of arrogance is the supposition that somehow the federal government could fix it.
Yes. It is staggering. But if you wanted to be charitable, you could say, well, he said this in 1965. But if you say, all right, why are people now repeating it in 2013 when we've had nearly half a century of experience to the contrary? And if you look within the black community, those blacks who had escaped what I call the black redneck culture, they've moved on. So, but it's the culture the different parts of the black community had. They were different.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan, in his famous 1965 report entitled "The Negro Family: The Case for National Action."
We can work on that title.
Longish quotation, but it gets to something, I believe. Moynihan: the fundamental problem is that of family structure. The Negro family in the urban ghettos is crumbling. A middle class has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled and poorly educated, the fabric of conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. So long as this situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself. Close quote. When Moynihan wrote those words, the illegitimacy rate among African Americans was 25%. Today, the illegitimacy rate among white Americans is 36%. Among Hispanics, more than 50%, and among African Americans, more than 70%.
Yes.
Aside from throwing up your hands in despair, what is to be done?
The first thing to be done is to understand that this was a result of policies begun in the 1960s. This is not a legacy of what happened 100 years before the 1960s.
The breakdown of the black family is not a legacy of slavery.
No, if you the classic study of this goes all the way back to the era of slavery, and they find that most black kids, even under slavery, had lived with two parents, and that was true all the way up until the 1960s. And so, if you really want to find out what's changed, it has changed since the 1960s. And the fact that whites now have a higher rate of illegitimacy than blacks had when Moynihan wrote suggests that this is something that spreads out. But if you look at something else, if you look at those blacks, and look at black husband-wife families, the poverty rate among such families has been in single digits every year since 1994. And so if you look at the external causes, why the husband-wife families and the welfare single mom families all are facing the same society and objective things, but the results are radically different because the cultures and values are different.
So you would roll back welfare. I guess that's the principal policy. So what would Tom Sowell do? One, you'd eliminate welfare, you'd reform welfare. What would you do?
Roll it back.
All right. And what about affirmative action?
Eliminate it.
Just gone.
Yeah.
Colorblind policy completely. All right. What prospect for that do you see?
None.
No black leader of any standing. I'm talking about a political leader as opposed to an intellectual such as yourself. You've got, there's you, there's Walter Williams. Do you get the sense that there's a growing generation, a rising generation of African American intellectuals who say, enough of this, I'm with Tom Sowell?
Well, I don't know if they'll go that far. There's no point.
That would be asking a lot.
There's no point being reckless. But I think there are people like Shelby Steele and many others, Larry Elder, run through a long list. And there are more such people now than there were, say, in the 1970s. But in terms of political leaders, all the incentives politically are for black leaders to blame all problems in the black community on the larger society. And that enables them to take on the role of being the defender of the black community against enemies, which in turn creates the situation in which many blacks don't feel that anything that they do is going to help themselves unless it's done politically as a group. That there's no point. I mean, why would you, if you believe what they say, why would you want to knock yourself out in school knowing that the man is not going to let you get anywhere? One of the most pathetic things I heard in recent years was a young black man saying that, you know, at one point he thought he would join the Air Force and become a pilot. And then he says he realized that the white man is not going to let a black man become a pilot. And he was saying this decades after the Tennessee Airmen had established their reputation in combat in Europe. You know, but the hopelessness is one of the big products of the race industry. That you have no chance. I remember giving a talk at Marquette, and at the end of the talk, among the questions that was asked, a young black man got up and he said, "Even though I am graduating from Marquette University, what hope is there for me?" And having gone through college when I was in the 50s, I don't remember any blacks saying that in the 1950s, when there was a lot more obstacles to overcome than there were when this guy is graduating from Marquette. But you have to produce that kind of feeling in order to serve the interests of those in the race industry.
Final question then.
Bubba's.
Maybe we can think in terms of that young man at Marquette. Or let's put it this way. Somewhere watching this interview, there's a young Thomas Sowell. There's an African American who's smart and wants to do something with his life. It seems to me we've already got one piece of advice you'd offer to him is stay away from the race industry. Stay away from the race hustlers. What advice would you give a young Thomas Sowell?
My dog thinks he's a lap dog.
As an African American in America today?
No.
The way anybody else would. You equip yourself with skills that people are willing to pay for.
Yeah, I agree with all that, honestly.
Well, it's good news for people that like bad news, because as bad as your holiday season might have been, it wasn't nearly as bad as Rudy Giuliani. The federal jury has ordered Rudy Giuliani to pay over $148 million to Georgia election workers Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss for falsely claiming they can...
I was agreeing with the video that we just watched. Of course, it's by Thomas Sowell, so no surprise there.
Donald Trump will remain a candidate in the Republican presidential primary contest in Michigan next year after that state's top court on Wednesday rejected a challenge seeking to remove the former president from the ballot. A group of Michigan voters sought to disqualify Trump under a provision in the U.S. Constitution that bars people who have engaged in, quote, insurrection or rebellion from office.
Okay, mic's still working, but...
an oath to the United States.
The Constitution
Hello?
of the United States.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
Not as loud as I was. I guess I gotta speak up now because I think the dog messed with the mic.
Colorado, which ruled Donald Trump did engage in insurrection by stoking falsehoods about his 2020 election defeat that fueled the violent attack on the U.S. Congress by his supporters on January 6th, 2021. The state-by-state determination of whether Trump can appear on the ballot means the issue is all but certain to land before the U.S. Supreme Court. As president, Trump appointed 3 of the court's 9 justices, cementing a 6-3 conservative majority.
That's Michigan, but what about Colorado?
Welcome back to Uncensored. Douglas Murray and Cenk are on bitterly opposing sides of a debate on Israel's war in Gaza. Millions have watched them passionately articulate their cases on this show, but never together. So tonight, on our final show of the year, we've invited these 2 big brains to debate the big outstanding questions on this conflict. How does the war end? Will Israel face repercussions for the scale of its response to October the 7th? Has it committed war crimes? What is the future, if any, for Hamas, for Gaza, and for the prospects of a true Palestinian state? Most importantly, how do we get to peace? Well, I'm now joined by the author of The War on the West, Douglas Murray, and by Young Turks founder and Democratic presidential challenger, Cenk Uygur. Welcome to both of you. So, I've interviewed you both a lot in this war, but not together. And Cenk, I know you felt the other night when you were debating with other people, it didn't really get into a debate, and I think that's fair enough. And what I'd like to today really is to be almost a referee, if you like, between you two to articulate your views and to see if we can reach any points of consensus. So in that spirit, let me start with you, Douglas. I think you're back in Israel. Is that right?
Yes, I'm in Israel tonight, yeah.
Today it was a sea of other stories have come out in the last few days, which have been concerning, I think. For anyone who, like me, believes that Israel has not just a moral duty to defend itself, but has a fundamental right to do so after what happened on October the 7th. And I've said that clearly from the start. It's always been, for me, the issue of proportionality. And it seems that in the last few days, there have been a number of incidents which really question whether Israel is being precise, as it says it is, or indiscriminate. And I would cite the killing of the 3 hostages. I would cite the killing of the 2 women outside the Catholic Church. I would cite the President of the United States saying that they're using indiscriminate bombing, and so on. Do you, Douglas, notwithstanding your full throttle support of Israel, does anything that's been happening make you think Israel needs to execute this war differently?
No, and I think that most of the people who think they know how to execute this war have never executed a war. Indeed, most people who think they know how the IDF should be running this conflict have never been near a conflict. I'm in Israel tonight. I was in Gaza again yesterday. And the examples that you give, by the way, Piers, I don't see why they show any need to prosecute the war itself differently. I mean, just to take one of them, the first example you give, the absolutely tragic, awful shooting of these 3 hostages as they were coming out. But, you know, some of the spin that's been put on that in the world, apart from the glee, of course, that Israel's enemies can't help expressing, some of the spin on that is almost as if it shows the IDF is sort of so brutal that it even kills Hamas hostages who are Israeli. I just think this is another example of the international media and others just having this astounding lack of empathy for the Israeli people. Can you imagine what it was like for those soldiers who were in Gaza, knowing that at any point there are snipers, there are booby traps everywhere, people coming out of tunnels that they've built at British and American taxpayer expenses and attacking them. Can you imagine what it was like for the soldiers who, in that terrible moment, made the life-changing mistake of shooting 3 people who turned out to be Hamas hostages?
But why would they, Douglas, on that, why would they shoot anyone who was shirtless and waving an SOS flag? I mean, why would whoever they were, whether they Israeli,
because Hamas likes to use fucking naked suicide bombers.
They were Palestinians. Why would anyone shoot anyone who comes out like that? That's my point.
That'll be a matter for the inquiry into it. But you know, look, it's hardly as if they'd have wanted to.
That's an unsatisfying answer.
What this demonstrates is in this incredibly close conflict in a heavily built-up area, people coming out from all sides, firing, shooting, detonating. People make mistakes. Of course they do. That's just a human reality of war, horrible as it is. I don't think it shows in any way that Israel is prosecuting this war wrongly. As for the main issue of the war is to destroy Hamas. No Israeli of left or right or center believes anymore after October the 7th
The hell is going on in my video?
Hamas. Hamas has been given the statelet of Gaza. It was given it.
What the fuck is happening on my video?
Voted in, then killed their fellow Palestinians in a coup, killed Fatah rivals, and they've run the Gaza for almost 18 years now, and they've produced a new generation of people whose main aim in life, it seems, according to their textbooks and their classes, is to regard Jews as enemies who should be killed. This is just an unbelievable waste, a waste of life on every side, but apart from anything else, a waste of those Palestinian lives, of children who grew up under Hamas's rule, if you can call it that, who have been indoctrinated into becoming sociopaths by a psychopathic terror organization, Hamas.
All right, Cenk, you've been listening to that. Is there anything
Here it
that
comes.
Douglas said
Here
that you
comes the
agree with?
buffalo.
No, nothing.
Not even about the way
so-
Hamas has presided over Gaza in the last 18 years.
Yeah. So that's a weapon of mass distraction. It's Israel doing genocide on the Palestinians right now. And there's IDF soldiers singing and in video that the IDF has confirmed about how they're going to wipe out the seed of Amalek. That is a verse in the old Hebrew Bible that talks about exterminating Amalek. So they're talking about genocide against Palestinians. Benjamin Netanyahu has also talked about wiping out Amalek. These are open calls for genocide. What I find stunning, Douglas mentioned stunning lack of empathy. There's 20,000 dead people in Palestine right now in Gaza. Over 8,000 of them are children. When 36 Israeli children were killed by Hamas, the world cried out, and I was brokenhearted over it. 36 poor kids dead in Israel.
Okay, now give me
There's
this
over
bottle.
8,000 dead kids in Gaza. You want to talk about a stunning lack of empathy. 6,400 women slaughtered in Gaza. You want to talk about terrorism? They're dropping unguided bombs, 2,000-pound bombs. Every one of those bombs is an act of terrorism. And the stunning lack of empathy towards Palestinian lives is disgusting. But I want to be clear, it is not shared by all Israelis. The dad of one of the hostages who was killed went on Israeli television and said, "Stop killing them." And he didn't mean the hostages. He meant the Palestinians.
All right, but Jake, let me just jump in. But before I go back to Douglas for response to this.
Let me reply to that, Piers.
Yeah, I will let you reply to that. On this issue of genocide, do you accept, though, that Hamas's whole raison d'etre when it comes to Israel is genocide? They want to eradicate Israel and kill as many Jews as they can. I mean, they've made no secret of this.
Yeah, so this is really important. So I have no sympathy for Hamas. So I am not interested in defending Hamas. I think that's nothing but a distraction. Because right now they're not fighting Hamas. They're just killing Palestinian
Well, they're
civilians.
also killing Hamas terrorists. They are. I mean, they're killing thousands of them.
Barely. No, wait a minute. Barely. But let's go to your main point, okay? So the main point is, well, Hamas threatens X, Y, and Z and has killed 1,200 people on October 7th. So that is why we have to all worry about what Hamas might do
I don't think it's simple as that.
Hold on, let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. At what they might do if they had infinite power, the kind of power that Israel has. Meanwhile, Israel is actually doing the genocide, is actually preventing a Palestinian state and saying you are not allowed to exist, and if you dare try to exist, we'll kill 20,000 of your children and women.
All right, Douglas, respond to that.
Several things. First of all, anyone who uses the term genocide in this context simply doesn't know what they're talking about or is a malevolent actor. I don't know if Mr. Weig has traveled at all in his life, how far he's traveled, how many conflicts he's seen, but I'd have guessed none. And you clearly know nothing about this particular conflict, and you've obviously seen none of it. The genocide that you describe is such a smear and a libel against the Jewish state. If Israel wanted to commit genocide, I'm sure it could, but it doesn't. It doesn't remotely want to. And people like you and other pro-Palestinian propagandists have spent years claiming that Israel is committing genocide in the Gaza. By the way, the weirdest thing about this claim is that the population of the Gaza has grown by 1 million in the last 15 or so years. So if Israel was trying to carry out a genocide, it's either the worst perpetrator of genocide ever or uniquely poor at performing that task. None of the stats support that ridiculous claim. It's such a weird smear and a libel of Israel. Secondly, of course, you've just rattled off Hamas figures, as everyone of your kind always does. Thirdly, you said that the world cried. You said.
Oh God!
You said the people like you who cover for the Palestinian extremists. Thirdly, you said that the world cried out for the 36 Israeli dead children. No, they didn't, and you know that very well. You know that very well. If you put up a poster to a missing dog in any Western city, that poster stays up. In city after city in America, posters of abducted Jewish children, including a 10-month-old baby, were put up and were ripped down by people who have been indoctrinated into hate of Jews. Nobody would rip down the poster of a missing dog, but from Dublin to Berkeley, they ripped down posters of abducted Jewish children. So no, I don't think there was
Douglas,
very much care for that around the world.
Douglas.
Let me make two other very quick points. Firstly, you said what Hamas might do, as if it was some kind of hypothetical. Hamas showed what they do, what they want to do. It showed it on October the 7th, and its leadership, as I'm sure you very well know, said that they would like to repeat that again and again until they have got rid of every Jew. So, I don't know. I would trust Hamas's word on that rather than your interpretation of what you think they mean when they say that, and your generous interpretation of what you think that means. And finally, as for preventing a Palestinian state, it is nonsense that the Israelis have prevented a Palestinian state. They gave the Gazans a Palestinian state in 2005. They gave them a Palestinian state in 2005 when every Jewish person was ripped from their homes in the Gaza by IDF soldiers. And the Palestinian people were given a state. And what did they do? They voted in Hamas, who then killed their fellow Palestinians, never had another election, and used all the billions of dollars of taxpayer funds from the US, UK, and Europe to build terror tunnels and to enrich themselves so they could live the life of luxury in Qatar. Again and again, the reason there is not a Palestinian state is because the Palestinian leadership doesn't want one.
Okay, Douglas,
didn't want one in 1947.
True.
It preferred war, and it doesn't want one now.
Douglas, let me put one point to you raised by Queen Rania of Jordan in a new piece for, I think it was the Washington Post. In just over 2 months, she said Israel's turned Gaza into a hellscape. At least 8,000 children have died, more than the death tolls of Pearl Harbor, September the 11th, and Hurricane Katrina combined. These are gigantic and horrendous numbers of children being killed. Do you not have any qualms about the number of children being killed? I mean, does it not suggest that Israel?
I want to hear Queen Rania talking about this as much as I want to hear Queen Camilla or Meghan Markle. I mean, it's pathetic. Queen Rania is holding on to her own position in Jordan. The only piece of advice she has for anyone is how to marry a king. Queen Rania herself is just playing a very nasty political game. If she cared at all, and I would pose this to all the states in the region, if Jordan cared at all for the Palestinian peoples, they would take them in.
True.
They don't want them. If the Egyptians wanted them, they'd take them in. But they
True.
because every country that takes in the Palestinians gets terror. It happened in Egypt. It happened in Jordan. It happened in Syria. It happened in Lebanon. It happened in Tunisia. On and on. That's why these people don't really care about their fellow Muslims. They just care about hating Jews.
All right, Cenk, your response.
Playing it safe, huh? Yeah, so you asked if he cared about 8,000 dead babies, and his answer was no. Queen Rania bothers me, so complete non-answer, because he doesn't care. He doesn't think that Palestinians' lives are worth anything. He just called them all terrorists.
Well, it's nice you can put that
and this is what they always do.
There you go.
So hold on, I let you talk for a long time, so why don't you shut up for a second? So we've got all of these dead babies. We've got all of these dead babies that this monster doesn't care about. He says keep bombing them. A former intelligence officer said in the Israeli press they're using AI in a program called The Gospel, where he said it's basically a mass assassination factory. And we could all see it with our own eyes.
What?
You can do all the propaganda you want. No one believes your nonsense. We see all the dead women. We see all the dead children. Now Israel has killed 20 times the number.
Again, I love how fucking like how vague he is. He calls it an assassination factory and then doesn't explain what the AI does, doesn't explain what they're doing in this ministry utilizing this AI. He just says it's like an assassination factory and then moves on. Cenk is such a fucking ideologue. He's so annoying. So is Douglas Murray. They're both just... they're both ideologically driven, but I agree with Douglas Murray, so to me he's going to be base. So I'm going to tell you right now that my drive is I don't give a fuck about Israel, and I don't give a fuck about Palestine. I only care about my country's interests, and my country's interests do not align with Palestinians. Maybe the stupid, whinging, crying, sniveling screams of liberals and progressives align with Palestinians. But the actual, honest to goodness, material and security interests of the U.S. do not align with Hamas or Palestine. They align with Israel, unfortunately, for a lot of people on the right. Far right, I should say. I don't care about all this moralistic outrage about Palestinians because they're not my people. I don't give a fuck about them. And then the added factor, to add on to that, these people want to slaughter, they want to slaughter Israel, or Israelis. And they pretend, the left pretends like they don't. They pretend that Palestinians are these honest and noble people that just want to be free from the oppressive Israelis, even though they are vindictive, spiteful, fucking terrorists. It's just absurd. I don't like either side. I only agree with the side that benefits America, the greatest country on planet Earth. And it sure as hell ain't Palestine. And if Palestine was in interest, or if Palestine was an interest to the U.S., even still, I would critique them for lying. I would say it's ridiculous that you act as though you don't want what you clearly want. You don't want there to just be a Palestinian state. You want there to be a Palestinian state on top of Israel. You want all the Jews moved out of Israel, whether that means killing them or just getting rid of them, like pushing them out. Whatever that means to you, you still want them gone. You want the Jews gone, and then once the Jews are gone, you're going to take their land. And rather than be honest about it, the entirety of the left is like, no, they're just so sweet and innocent. They want their land back. They want the land that they've been living on all these years. They just want that back. Even though Palestine has never been a country prior to 1965. Prior to 1965, Palestine has never, ever been a country. It's been a part of of differing empires since, before the Ottoman Empire. They've never been their own people. They've never been their own country, and yet the left and Hamas supporters want to pretend like they are. These people are such lying dirtbags that I've seen on Twitter that they're saying Jesus was a Palestinian. These are a bunch of dishonest fucking dickheads that want any little own they can get to improve their standing because they have none. They have no standing in the subject. They hate Jews. They want to kick them out. They were given a chance to have their own country, but they rejected it because they wanted Israel. They didn't want what they had. They wanted more. So they rejected the only offer they got. And now that they've been getting their asses kicked, well, they're like, no, we still want our own country, and we'll even take the land that we're currently on right now. That was the deal then. The deal now is that you are just no longer your own country. You're just a part of Israel. Sorry. Actually, no, not sorry. Fuck you, people. To the innocent children that are dying, it breaks my heart. I feel awful that there are children dying. What I'm not going to do is act like the solution to that is for Israel to stop fighting and for Hamas to be allowed to do whatever the fuck it wants. The reason why children are dying is because Hamas is using civilians as shields. The solution isn't to continue to allow Hamas to have power in Israel, or to have power in Palestine, or in the Gaza Strip. The answer is to eliminate every last fucking remnant of Hamas and institute a temporary government that Israel controls. Because the Palestinian people just can't be fucking trusted. Because for some reason, these Nimrods, even after getting bombed into fucking oblivion, 50% of them still think that January 6th was a good idea. January 7th. I can't remember. October 7th. Jesus Christ, my brain's fried. These people still believe, 55% of them still believe that that October 7th was a good idea. They can't be trusted with political power right now. They're just not, like, they're not in the right headspace. They want Israel dead, they want them destroyed, and they're under this bullshit idea that they're gonna win by continuing to fight. They need to be stomped, they need to be stomped hard, and then the entire state just needs to become a police state, like a ward of Israel for many, 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 many years. Until it's eventually, like, until this idea is eventually beaten out of them. But none of that, none of what I just said starts until Hamas is destroyed. And the pro-Hamas people know where they stand. The pro-Palestinian people know where they stand. They know that, I think the pro-Palestinian people know in their heart of hearts that pro-Palestine means anti-Israel. That's what it means. To pretend that it's not is fucking ridiculous. The Jews that are saying, the Israelis that come out and say that they're pro-Palestine, anti-Israel are just dumbasses. I wish they would walk into the West Bank or Gaza and see how well that turns out for them. Hey guys, I'm one of you. Fuck Israel. And they get shot right in the fucking dome because they hate them. It reminds me of Django Unchained. Like, they are the Israelis that support Palestine are basically the Samuel L. Jackson in that fucking movie. They are sucking the left and right nut of Leonardo DiCaprio. My wife is doing Legos.
Number of civilians
Amazing.
that Hamas killed. So would I want Hamas in charge of Israel? Never, never. I don't trust them, and I don't believe that they would be benign. So
Hold on, what the fuck did he say earlier?
Women, we see all the dead children. Now Israel has killed 20 times the number of civilians that Hamas killed.
I hate this fucking argument. If a kid runs up to Mike Tyson and tries to stab him, and Mike Tyson punches them as hard as he fucking can and breaks their eye socket, this dumb fuck, Cenk Uyghur, would say, oh my god, the attacker... We don't even have to use a child. We can just say a full-grown man, because Mike Tyson is Timothy. We can say a full-grown man tried to stab Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, like, reacted and broke his fucking eye. Like, broke his eyelid. And dumbasses like Cenk would come out and say, oh, Mike Tyson has injured somebody 20 times more than he was injured. The technological capability of Hamas in Palestine is not a good... is the counterfactual required to understand why it is Israel has killed more civilians. If Hamas had the technology today, there wouldn't be an Israel. Israel would be fucking annihilated. Israel today has the technology to wipe out all of Hamas, all of Palestine, all of everyone in Gaza, everyone in the West Bank. Both those areas could be leveled today, right now. They have the technology to do that, but they don't. They don't. Because they're not like Hamas. Hamas is fucking evil. Palestinians that support Hamas are fucking evil. to think that these people not killing as many civilians as Israel had, thinking that that's a good argument is just fucking retarded. Because if I gave them a bomb, if I gave them a nuclear bomb, there wouldn't be Tel Aviv would be gone. They would have one guy go straight into Tel Aviv and detonate it and kill everyone. They wouldn't give a shit because they fucking hate Israel. They hate Jews. Just this idea that Hamas only killed X amount and Israel killed this amount. Yeah, it's because Israel's better. Israel's got better tech. It's got better tactics. Israel doesn't hide its military targets behind civilians. Hamas does. No shit, Israel killed more civilians because Hamas is forcing them to. Gotta squirt my dog because he keeps going into the light. Hold on.
Come on. Haven't got all damn day.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. Fuck Cenk and fuck Hamas.
So would I want Hamas in charge of Israel? Never, never. I don't trust them, and I don't believe that they would be benign. So all of this propaganda about, people don't mind Hamas. Yeah, no, we mind Hamas. We terribly what happened on October 7th. And I've now shown you different Israelis that have said that it's a problem. And I want peace and security for both Israel and Palestine. And this does not get Israel any peace or security. But when you ask the other side, do you mind tens of thousands of civilians that have been murdered, incinerated alive, body parts picked out of rubble, little babies killed over and over again, in what is even the Israeli Prime Minister is referring to as Amalek, meaning an extermination of the Palestinian people. And I must clarify the difference between a genocide and a Holocaust. A genocide is when you...
You know what? Just because I really fucking hate Cenk, let's look that up. On Saturday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that, oh, for fuck's sake, get out of here. Said Netanyahu said the Israelites Israelis were united in their fight against Hamas, whom he described as an enemy of incomparable cruelty. They are committed to completely eliminating this evil from the world, Netanyahu said in Hebrew. He then added, "You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember." 123,000 words. King Saul in the first book of Samuel will kill everyone in Amalek. Ancient Israel, this is what the Lord Almighty said to the prophet. I will punish them for what they did to Israel and when they waylaid. Reference is one of many comments by Israeli leaders that serve to help justify the same thing. I like how they use the word devastating response for bombing military targets, and then they call the October 7th attacks just brutal. I want you to notice the difference in language. One is brutal, one is devastating. If he did call them a nation of nomadic enemies in that the commandment is to wipe them all out, that's pretty bad. I'll say it. That's pretty bad. No excuses. Pretty bad. Now I want the condemnation for everything Hamas has said about wiping out the Jews. I want to see clips of Cenk criticizing whoever the fucking leader for Hamas is, saying that the entirety of Jews should be destroyed. Because here's the thing. Here's the bad faith thing that people like Cenk do. You can admit when something is bad, and you can say that Netanyahu probably shouldn't have said this. And people like Cenk will go, yeah, see, and that's why blah, 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 blah. And you're like, wait a minute, hold on. Are you going to say that the leader the leader of Hamas, should you say that he shouldn't have said what he said about Jews? And then it's going to be, I feel like Cenk brought that, to be clearer, I think Cenk brought that quote up in bad faith. What happened? Nice.
You target a specific people and kill a lot of civilians. Srebrenica, where 6,000 people were killed, was considered a genocide. So it doesn't mean you try to murder every single person in that
Cenk, let me ask
race.
You.
That is a Holocaust.
Okay, let me reply. Wait, one second. Before I go to Douglas, Cenk, one question. You want to get rid of Hamas too, as does Douglas, as do I. If you don't do it the way that Israel is currently doing it, given that they live amongst the population, how else do you do it?
Yeah, there's an excellent way to do it, and there's the right way to do it. So let me explain. So war, this guy talks about, oh, I love war. I go to all the conflict zones. So by watching it and rooting on for more death, I know something about conflict. You know nothing. So here's what reality is. War gets you more war, but peace actually works. So when Israel did a peace deal with Egypt, not only were the Egyptians safe, but the Israelis became safer. That peace deal has held for decade after decade. So how do you do a peace deal in this case? What you do is you make
a peace deal that came after Israel whooped the absolute dog shit out of Egypt. But continue, Cenk, you disingenuous fat fuck.
Do the two-state solution now, and you do it with the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. And if you then have a Palestinian state, the Palestinian Authority would have the credibility to drive out Hamas from Gaza. That is a realistic plan for both peace, security for Israel and the Palestinians, and driving out Hamas. The idea that you're going to kill 20,000 more civilians, 200,000 more civilians in Gaza, and it's going to drive out Hamas.
Okay, let Douglas
answer that.
Let Douglas respond to that.
First of all, I mean, your other guest, I mean, I don't know what kind of a creature he is. He's a kind of low-grade thug, as far as I can see. He's listened to nothing I've said.
Yeah, I know, because I'm Muslim. That's what you call all Muslims.
I'll tell you.
If Cenk is a Muslim, I'm the fucking Pope. Fuck off, Cenk. Cenk is not a fucking Muslim. Shut up. I have never in my life ever seen Cenk fucking. Cenk is not a fucking Muslim. There's no fucking way Cenk is a fucking Muslim. There's no shot. I have never seen this man pray during any event. I've never heard him give proper respects to Allah after referencing him. I have never heard Cenk bring up any like messages from the Quran. I have never heard Cenk discuss anything through the lens of a Muslim. He doesn't have Anna wear a hijab on set. As far as I know, I don't even think is he married? He doesn't make his wife wear a fucking hijab or a burqa. How is this man a Muslim? He doesn't follow any fucking tenets of Islam. How the fuck can he say he's a Muslim? I don't buy this shit. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that really pisses me off. If you say Muslim is a race, the left will fucking laugh at you. They will laugh at you, and they'll do it correctly. Muslim isn't a race. Muslim is a religion. It's a religious tenet. And maybe you can say it's tied to a very specific religious or a very specific racial group, but it's not like Jews. Jew is not only a religion, it's a race. Like, it's classified as Ashkenazi and Sephardic. Like, it's a literal racial category, Jew. Muslim is not a fucking race. These people would never identify Muslims as a race. If he's saying he's making fun of him because he's Turkish, maybe that would fly. I fucking hate that comment. What the fuck? He's making fun of me because I'm Muslim. You're not a Muslim. Shut up, you lying fucking warthog.
I'll tell you, no, it's not that at all. It's not that at all. I just think
Racist. Racist after saying that I'm a Muslim? Racist? Oh my fucking lord, I hate Cenk. Fuck me, dude. What a fucking sniveling little bitch. What a sniveling little crybaby bitch. He's mad at me. He's mean to me because I'm a Muslim and he's a racist. You're not. Racism doesn't apply to Muslims. Oh man, I'm losing my shit. I'm losing it.
I think you're just a very low-rent racist. But anyway, let me just get on to it. You say first of all, you say I don't care about the death of Palestinian children. Yes, I do care. I care very deeply about it. But I also know that the responsibility for their deaths lies on Hamas, which has misgoverned their society for the last 16 years and now has been leading the country into being in a war with Israel. So yes,
True.
It's on Hamas this. As for seeing wars, by the way, I just mentioned about seeing wars because as far as I can see, you're very ill-traveled as well as rather ill-lettered and ill-spoken. And I mention that I cover wars and go to wars because I happen to think myself that it's worth seeing things with your own eyes, including things that you don't particularly like, but you report the truth. I don't know if you ever even leave your own bedroom. And I can tell already that you don't because you've already said something that demonstrates you know nothing about this conflict. You have just demonstrated it in the following terms. You said that this is why we need to push for a two-state solution and give legitimacy to the Palestinian Authority. I'll tell you something you don't know, because I guess you spent no time in the West Bank, have you? I'll tell you something you probably don't know. The Palestinian Authority, Fatah, celebrated the 7th of October massacres. I'll give you another fact which demonstrates you know nothing about this and clearly haven't ever visited any Palestinians in the West Bank as I have. If there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, the reason why there isn't one is because if there was an election tomorrow in the West Bank, Hamas would win. So your idea of a two-state solution, I'm afraid you are so out of date and you really should leave your bedroom. Because in this region, nobody thinks that there is a two-state solution on the table because there is not a viable negotiating partner. But I just want to make one other main point. You have gone on and on tonight, throwing accusations out against the Jewish state, against me. It's the sort of thing you do. I know you're a sort of online pugilist and think you can run for office, and good luck with that. But I'd just like to point out that you only really get animated if the Jews are involved. And I can tell that for the following reason. I mean, your surname's Uyghur, isn't it? 1 million Uyghur Muslims in China have been put in concentration camps in the last decade. And people of your ilk never really care about that, do you? Because it's not the Jews doing it, it's the Chinese Communist Party. At the moment, 1 million people who are in Pakistan at the moment, who are your fellow Muslims and who happen to be Afghan, and I don't think you care about them, do you? 1 million Afghans are currently being forcibly deported from Pakistan to Afghanistan. You don't care about that. You're not riled up about that. You're not riled up about what the Janjaweed are currently doing in Sudan, where thousands and thousands of people are being attacked by the Islamist militia there. You don't care about any of that. You get exercised and you rile up what little base you have of malcontents because you're riled up when the Jews do anything.
All right,
it's
Cenk.
perfectly obvious.
Okay, Cenk, your response.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, my last name is Uyghur. We're named after the Uyghur Turks in China. And have we talked about that on the Young Turks?
I thought you'd spoken up then.
Yes. Yes, we've talked about it endlessly, but you don't know
Bullshit.
that. You don't watch the show.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
What do you know about genocide?
The fuck is that?
Okay, so genocide is definitely the. So, what do you feel about genocide now that I told you what it means?
Fuck genocide.
Wow, it's really
I'm
insightful.
curious
Thank
to
you.
see if anybody here in Washington Square Park knows about the genocide that's been happening in China with the Uyghur Muslims. What do you know about genocide?
Genocide's probably bad. I'm gonna go with bad.
It's atrocious.
What do you know about genocide?
Not much, I'm not gonna lie.
What I know about genocide.
They're animals, they're savages. All they understand is violence. We have to bomb them. We have to spend $14 billion murdering their children and their women. That's what the monsters on TV say. And then, but we're worried about young people don't want to kill enough civilians. Young people don't want to murder enough civilians, and Nikki Haley's concerned about it. Warhawk, neocon, monster. And by the way, right wing, you want to America first? You want to spend $14 billion?
All right, he's not talking about the fucking.
Indicates that
Okay, here we
the
go.
government in China is in fact forcing the Muslim minority in the country to go to essentially internment camps. And now there is some evidence indicating that they are forced into labor, and some of that labor actually leads to garments that are being imported here in the United States. As a result, the State Department is investigating this. And before I give you the details on that, I do want to give you an NBC News report. They went to China in an attempt to get more information about these camps, and of course it's very difficult to do so because the authorities in China were following them the entire time. But they did talk to one individual who spent some time in one of these camps, and I want you to hear his story. Take a look.
Karat Samarkand says he was confined for nearly 4 months. They brainwash us, he says. No one is there by choice. He says they were punished for speaking.
Reporting by the Associated Company, their entity that they thought they were communicating with and doing business with, they provided
Hello, Luna Felix. What's going on?
Jerseys and clothing for schools throughout the United States. And again, they said that they were going to terminate their contract and no longer do business with them.
Okay, so what's happening in China here is actually one of the worst outrages in the world. And it's being basically brushed aside for a number of reasons. But you know, you can call it detention camps, you can call it internment camps, you can call it concentration camps.
If you're here to sell, straight up, if you're here to sell,
in those camps, and none of them agreed to go in.
Hold on.
And
if you're here to sell graphic designing stuff or VTuber stuff, not interested.
They're being told to do forced labor on top, and I was explaining to you, the Chinese call it vocational training centers. They also say that they help minorities steer clear of religious extremism. Now, I can't stand religious extremism. If you, had a great program to do that voluntarily, that would be wonderful. That's not what's happening in these camps. Every witness says it is brainwashing and totally by force in an effort to do basically ethnic cleansing of their identities. So their religious identity, their Turkic identity, and they're wiping out whole towns at a time, going to a town, taking everybody in the town and putting them in these concentration camps. And so Xi Jinping, who's the leader of China, is actually one of the worst dictators on the planet. But since a lot of people do business with China, they just look the other way. That's reason number one, because there's a lot of financial interest that find these concentration camps inconvenient to talk about. And China has a lot of economic power, and they can punish you with that power. So that's another reason why people are reticent. And the third is because the victims are Muslim, and almost no one in the world cares about Muslims. So the West pretty much despises Muslims. And to be fair, a lot of wonderful European countries do not. And they've taken in a lot of refugees, and they're far more progressive than America. But there is stereotypes even within those countries about how Muslims are the ones who are violent and radical.
2 points. Two points. One being more important than the second. Again, the point that Douglas Murray was making was that Cenk doesn't get animated over the Uyghur Muslims. Clearly, in this clip, much calmer than the one we just saw about him screaming about Palestinians dying. Clearly less animated. Okay. And then also, he says that we talk about it plenty of time. We talk about it plenty on the program. This is one 10-minute segment, and then I couldn't find any articles or any other videos. But if I were to look up Young Turks on Palestine, I probably could find a shitload more. And that's Douglas Murray's whole point, is that Cenk doesn't give a fuck so long as it's not the Jews. If this is Cenk caring, could have had me fooled. Just seems that he's kind of apathetic.
When in fact that violence is inflicted upon them all across the world, including in China. But America, of course, is led by Donald Trump, who's an open bigot towards Muslims and wanted to do a ban of the entire religion from this country. That's what he campaigned on, and that's what he essentially did with his travel ban. So, and one of the things that they do in their brainwashing and reorientation, et cetera, deprogramming, whatever they want to call it, is they tell these Turkic Muslims that they should not worship a religion, and Islam is terrible, and they should instead revere Xi Jinping. I mean, classic cult 101, dictator 101, and I'm glad that the U.S. government
Dictator 101.
That there were some goods coming in from those forced labor camps, and under no circumstances should anyone ever do business with any company related to those camps. But honestly, if the world cared, and I know they don't, they should do a boycott movement of China until they end the concentration camps where they have 1 million people.
I mean, that would be a difficult boycott to do, but I agree with you. So, look, it is banned by the federal government to import anything that has been produced through slave labor or forced labor. And so, look, I want to believe that that's the motivating factor behind the U.S. government acting on this. And it probably is, right? But the pessimistic part of me, and this is my speculation, it honestly points to the trade.
Holy shit. Oh my god, I just noticed. This is from 5 fucking years ago. This is from 5 years ago, and there's only one video that I can find from these people on the fucking Uyghur Muslims. What the fuck? It's been 5 years, and y'all only did one video, and you claim that you talk about it plenty? Cenk is a straight up fucking liar. Liar. Liar, liar, liar. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. God help us.
Issues that are happening between the United States and China to begin with. Because does the U.S. government, especially under the Trump administration, care about the treatment of Muslims in other countries? I mean, we're, again, assisting the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen, and it's led to famine. It's led to tens of thousands of children, nearly 80,000 children dying as a result of starvation. We don't care about that. And when I say we, I don't mean us here at TYT, but as a country, our actions indicate that we don't care about that. So all of a sudden, Trump and the U.S. government cares about the treatment of these Muslims in China. Anyway, again, this is just my speculation. Who knows? I could be wrong, but I just found it interesting.
So 2 quick things about that. One, there are different parts of the government. So it is possible that while Trump's a bad guy, that there are good folks within the different agencies in the government that noticed this problem and surfaced it. So that's entirely possible. The other possibility is, yes, Anna's could easily be right, where the administration said, go look for things that China is doing wrong because we're going to use it as leverage. Okay, but either way, like we did with earlier in the show on the issue of Syria, we should care about why the administration is doing it, and we should track it. But at the end of the day, it is still a positive thing that they are trying to put an end to this, and so we should give them credit for that, and we are. And so, lastly, on the issue overall, so what the West calls Uyghur Turks, that's the Americanized version of saying it. It's Uyghur Turks is the way that they pronounce it.
Oh God,
that's
enough.
my last name. I am not actually in their ethnic group. I'm a Turk. They're Turks. But ironically, even though my last name is Uyghur, I am not a Uyghur Turk. We were just named after them. My family was. And so if you're wondering, why is China doing this in the first place? Well, they say, well, they might want to separate out. They want East Turkmenistan. And so anything that is a separatist movement is totally unacceptable. And so the best way to get them to assimilate and stop that separatist talk is to crush their identity, crush the fact that they are Muslims and turn them into atheists. And so it turns out I'm atheist, but yes, atheists can also do terrible things. I wish they were far more rational, as they should be, but oftentimes we have seen that they are not. And they want to crush their Turkish identity. Oh yeah, you're all Chinese. One of the things they're doing in the concentration camps is making them learn Chinese. So they'll stop speaking Turkish and start speaking Chinese instead. So they could basically wipe out the identity altogether. That is textbook ethnic cleansing. And the Chinese government is doing that. That is a very uncomfortable fact for the rest of the world that does a ton of business with China. But I think BDS movements are interesting and legitimate, and I think that unfortunately there are a number of countries that it could be applied to, and a country that runs concentration camps should be high on that list. One more thing, guys. During the post game, I'll tell you guys the story of how my family got the name Uyghur. And if you haven't heard it yet, what was my original last name? Oh, the right-wingers are gonna love that. So we'll do that in a post game. tyt.com/join. Two easy ways to follow the Young Turks. One is hit the subscribe button down below. Then you're a TYT subscriber. And second is ring the bell. And when you do that on YouTube, you're notified of our videos.
Jesus, it does no damage.
Why exactly would likely Republican voters decide to vote for you over the former president?
I see you guys crying for Palestinians. I mean, Chris Christie was just on here, and this is the appetizer. Netanyahu and his barbaric government have not even started.
Yeah, Douglas Murray's on the money. Cenk doesn't really give a fuck about Uyghur Muslims. He only cares about when Jews are attacking Palestinians, and for him to pretend otherwise is fucking hilarious.
It's your show.
So
Nobody does watch your show.
Yeah, well, okay, again, you're interrupting me when I was kind enough to let you go on with your mad ramblings. So how nobody watches the show, we have 5 billion views a year. I don't know what piddling outfit you're on, or what little Substack or whatever the hell you write on. So the reason we're incredibly popular is we fight for all. We fight for shut up. We fight for all innocent civilians. So yes, we've covered all of those conflicts. Yes, I'm against fundamentalist Islam, no question about it. I'm against fundamentalist religions of all kind. In terms of every right-wing supporter of Israel, their only tactic is, hey, don't look at the 8,000 murdered children. Don't look at the 6,400 murdered women. Don't look at the fact that all the hospitals in northern Gaza have been shut down. Don't look at the fact that 4 out of 5 people in northern Gaza are starving right now, and half the people in southern Gaza are starving. Instead, anti-Semite, anti-Semite. Now, wait a minute. I just told you how much I want peace and security for Israel, how much I hated what happened on October 7th. What you don't know is I started the Young Turks with 2 Jewish friends. And so the whole program is both Jews and Muslims. You know nothing. You know nothing. I have Jewish family and friends. Why in the world, God, as they go to Israel, I want them to be safe, okay? So I have shown empathy for all civilians throughout everything I have ever done. But all you have is hatred. Oh, he's an anti-Semite. Kill the Muslims. Kill the Palestinians. And once we kill them, by the way, we'll blame them for it. Israel had to murder all those babies in Palestine because Hamas made us do it. Then why are you listening to Hamas? Why are you letting Hamas drive your agenda? Well, you don't have to kill those civilians. It's a mass assassination factory.
We are, 9 weeks into this war? 20,000 people, according to the Hamas-run health authority, but the numbers have not been questioned by other official bodies. 20,000 people so far have died on the Palestinian side. And it is estimated from the IDF that they say they've killed 7,000 or so Hamas terrorists. That number's not been verified, but if you take that as being accurate, that's 20% of the estimated number of Hamas terrorists that exist. Therefore, there's 80% still to be eliminated, which at this rate would take another 8 to 10 months and would lead to potentially several 100,000 civilians being killed and pretty much all of Gaza being obliterated, with nowhere for the 2 million who've been displaced to go back to. So my question for you is, if this is the game plan by Israel to finish Hamas right to the last terrorist, what is left after that? They talk about the day after the war. What does it look like? Who runs Gaza? Where do these people go back to live? In other words, what actually happens if Israel is successful, however long it takes, in eliminating Hamas?
Well, first of all, I just have to add, you quite rightly said it, Piers, that the figures you gave are Hamas figures, and we do have to treat them with more than a grain of salt. As for, again, my counterpart here goes on about the deliberate genocide of children and women. I mean, I know, and this is the sort of thing I think you do. You sort of claim that there are bombs being deliberately dropped on children and old women. Why would Israel want to drop bombs deliberately on children or old women? I mean, it's just a shame you don't get out and see anything. The Israelis do an incredibly careful campaign before bombings to try to make sure that civilians are warned to leave areas that are about to be attacked. Everybody knows that. Everybody in the region knows that. It's a shame that that fact hasn't got to you. As it happens, the whole question you raised, Piers, is a very, very complex one. I don't have the answer. I don't believe anyone does have the answer about the day after. Nobody wants to rule the Gaza. The Israelis used to be in charge of it. They left, as I say, in 2005 to the last Jew. They were all taken out of their houses. Israel doesn't want to rule the Gaza. Now, who can rule the Gaza? Hamas clearly cannot, because they set it up as a terrorist statelet. Can some Fatah-like authority be encouraged to take it over? Possibly. Possibly. I spoke to one Palestinian analyst earlier today who said that actually, just as I said earlier, that an election in the West Bank today would elect Hamas, perhaps an election tomorrow, if it was to happen, and I'm not sure if that's going to be a good idea, might even actually elect not Hamas Palestinians to power. But it's a heck of a risk. The reality is that the only solution to Gaza that anyone can see, I can imagine, is that it has to be a solution which involves multiple players in the region. The question of the Gaza is a very complex question. It used to be ruled by Egypt, used to be run by Egypt. Can Egypt have a role? In my view, it has to have a role. Can Jordan be involved? In my view, yes, it has to have a role. Can the Gulf states, including those who've been pumping money to Hamas, have some kind of role? Yes, I would hope so. It cannot be Israel's task alone to deal with the question of the Gaza. It has to involve multiple players in the region, but there's one kicker to that, which is that none of the Arabs in this region that I'm sitting in care a jot about the Palestinians. They really do not. If they did, for all of their talk, they would have done something. They would not have decided to keep the Palestinians out, as they have in country after country. Queen Rania can invite the Gazans into Jordan. She can invite the West Bank Palestinians into Jordan. She doesn't. Egypt could open its border with Gaza. It doesn't. The Egyptian border with Gaza is firmer and more closely locked than the Israeli ones. There are Gazan workers who, until the atrocities of October the 7th, every day were going through the Eretz crossings and others to work in Israel and to earn a decent living. Were there workers going in daily into Egypt? No, because the Egyptians don't want Palestinians in their country. So the only solution is a regional one, but I'm afraid in this region there are very few people who care about the Palestinians.
Okay, Douglas, you had the first word. Cenk, I'll give you the last one. I want to preface it by saying that it's been reported today, and this has come from Hamas's statements apparently, picked up by newspapers in America, that there was a new hostage deal offered, which was that Hamas were asked, will you release the 40 women and children you still have captive in return for a week-long ceasefire, and they apparently have rejected that.
Nice.
So I think that when we talk about behavior on both sides, the mere fact that there are still 40 women and children in the clutches of Hamas, and God knows what they're doing to those poor women.
Cenk's gonna be like, well, of course they did that.
There are still innocent people being held in the most appalling conditions by Hamas, and that is also motivating Israel's response. But I'll give you the last word, Cenk.
Yeah. So I wish to God that they would release those women and children. I think it's immoral to keep them. It's wrong in every way. But Israel kills more than 40 women and children every single day, all completely innocent. Look, even if you take IDF's outlandish numbers of 7,000 Hamas fighters killed, that means their kill ratio of civilians to fighters is still worse than Hamas's. And they have now killed 20 times the number of civilians that Hamas has killed. So when Douglas talks about driving them into Egypt or Jordan, that's just ethnic cleansing. They live in Gaza. So if you push them out and they say, well, you're all Arabs anyway, why don't you just go live somewhere else in the region? That's the definition of ethnic cleansing. That is outrageous. And he says it with blithely, with no concern, because Palestinian lives don't matter. And you ask them, hey, how many Palestinians can you possibly kill? And he never answered the question. So the reality is, you cannot kill your way out of this conflict. The more that they kill, the more. What do you think that the Palestinians are going to feel? What would you feel if your family was butchered, if their heads were crushed by a bomb that was dropped on a building, if they were lit on fire by the bombs that were dropped? What would you do? You'd fight back the rest of your life. And then they are permanently occupied. And now Netanyahu says he was proud that he prevented a Palestinian state and that he will continue to prevent a Palestinian state. He is not a partner for peace. He profits from war. His whole career is about perpetuating war, not just to murder Palestinians, but it keeps Israel unsafe for eternity. So the whole point of Israel is to be a safe haven for oppressed Jews throughout the world. It cannot be a safe haven as long as you're imprisoning 5 million Palestinians and saying, we are never, ever going to let you go. And if you ever dare oppose us, we will kill your women and children. It's disgusting.
They're not in prison.
It's not what Israel was meant to do.
I'd urge you again, Cenk. Leave your bedroom sometime and come to this region and see it for yourself.
Hey, I thought I was supposed to get the last word. This idiot's talking about bedrooms. Hey, do you care about the babies? You care about the women? Douglas, why don't you admit you don't care about dead Palestinian babies, dead Palestinian women, because you don't mind it? Israel. You say right or wrong, no matter how many people they have murdered, no matter how many kids they have crushed to death.
Pierce is like, oh, this is such good fucking television.
About human beings. All you want is some sort of warmongering Israeli state, U.S. state, etc.
All right, listen. I've got to wrap it up. I've got to say, listen. I think we actually had a very. I found
You're
it
super evil.
You
don't mind the deaths of
let's
all
try and
those
keep
thousands
it.
of people.
Let's not
evil
descend.
Warmongering.
Jake, let's not descend into this. I actually think, with a few exceptions, we had a good debate there. Right? I understand passions run high. I think it's a shame whenever I do these debates when it gets ad hominem in the way that it has occasionally tonight. But I do think we've also had some really smart takes from both sides about what is going on and where we need to get to. I think we can all agree on one thing. We all want to end up with peace here somehow. It's going to be horrendously difficult.
We do.
It's very complicated.
That's not true.
But I do think I don't
for
actually think, knowing both of you as I do, I don't believe the charge that neither of you care is true. I think you do care about all the lives that are being lost.
Lazy smear,
and I think that we should start from an acceptance that we all care and then try and be more constructive. But listen, I thank you both for joining me. I wish you both a Merry Christmas. I'll see you both, no doubt, in the new year. And I thank you both. I thank you both for your regular contributions to the show, particularly since this war started, because I really do appreciate it. And I want to hear both sides. And I think you both articulate your cases extremely powerfully. So thank you both very much.
Yeah, fuck Cenk. Fuck Cenk Uyghur.
show.
Excuse you. I think I'm gonna play DMC5 next on stream. I want to get back into that game. Yeah, fuck it. We'll watch some Turkey Tom. Oh, look, that's me. Oh, fuck it. We'll watch some Turkey Tom.
TikTok is the largest short-form video platform in the world, with much of its main audience being children. Given that, it should be no surprise that it's also a cesspool of some of the most morally bankrupt people on Earth, becoming a breeding ground for the kind of people who have a keen interest in kids. More often than not, these people slip through the cracks without being noticed, but there are at least a few who end up gaining notoriety. Enter Jupiter the Hybrid, a striking individual in more ways than one. Jupiter has attained the unfavorable title of being one of the most prolific gooners on the entire platform, presenting himself as a hybrid between a wolf and a vampire, or maybe a wolf-vampire-demon-dragon. He's been caught doing everything from soliciting minors to sharing his fantasies of violently ending people. But there's a lot more to his story than meets the eye. Nowadays, Jupiter is most well known for his brief yet memorable presence on TikTok, but what most people are not aware of is that the story of his online presence actually starts all the way back in 2017, with the creation of his YouTube channel called Jupiter Paranormal. He wouldn't post anything to this channel until much later, and unfortunately the first upload has been lost to history. The first ever video actually available on the channel was released in February of 2022, setting the tone for just the kind of person that Jupiter is. This video was actually just the first of 5 videos that he would release on February 5th, where he goes over different paranormal events that he claimed happened to him. In the first one, he points the camera at the corner of his room, where he ceaselessly tries to convince the viewer that there's a dark figure standing there menacingly.
Y'all see that, right? The camera has a hard time focusing. There's something in the darkness over there, or some sort of, like when I do it to this angle, right about here. The camera itself has a hard time zooming in. Like, what the fuck is that?
The other 4 were just about the same degree of strange, and while they could be argued to be disturbing, it's not quite in the way he was probably thinking. In the second video he posted, he thinks he's been touched by a ghost while watching ghost videos, and spends the entire video freaking out about it. In the third, he asks viewers to spot any paranormal activity, saying he feels a constant presence in the room, and even going as far as to beg the ghost to leave.
If there is a spirit in my home, I would ask you to leave. I am kindly asking you to leave. I do not want you in my home.
The fourth video, supposedly a sequel to the last one, has our brave hero freaking out because the skin on his forearm started to itch, which in his mind proves that a paranormal presence is there. Amusing as these are in their own way, they're not to be entirely discounted as the ramblings of a madman, as they do contain one valuable piece of information, and that's about the death of his mom. The fifth video in this anthology would in fact be entirely dedicated to her, as he records a rocking chair, insisting that when he calls out to her, the rocking chair starts to move.
Watch carefully. Mama, if you are here with me in this house, move the rocking chair, please. Make the rocking chair. Y'all saw that, right?
Luckily for us, this wouldn't be the last time he would share his personal life, and after one more schizo post, he uploaded a quaint video titled My Story. That, as well as another 2 videos titled My Backstory and My Life Story, gives us the entire story of his childhood, or at least the most basic beats. Jupiter, real name Corbin Pinnell, was born in Kuna, Idaho to a pair of drug addicts. He was whisked away by Child Protective Services when he was a year and a half old, being promptly placed in a foster home where he had 10 siblings. From his own testimonies, Corbin clearly had a very difficult childhood. He describes his family as decidedly working class. Suffering from both autism and ADHD, he was bullied throughout his childhood by both his classmates and his own siblings. He describes how he's always felt different, and how people told him he had great potential, only for him to eventually betray that by not amounting to much of anything. As you've probably figured out by now, Jupiter has a deep interest in the paranormal, ever since he was a child. According to him, this interest started all the way back when he was 8 years old. He recalls this old high school building, which was allegedly haunted by an evil entity. One day, during PE, he went up to the doorway of his high school to pick up a ball that had been kicked to it, only for him to be dragged inside by the ghost. And when he picked himself up and saw it, he passed out, waking up hours later in the school's infirmary. It's hard to say how much of this is actually true, and in fact, by the time we get further into this video, one will have to wonder if his fascination with the paranormal is a response to much deeper issues. To be clear, I don't believe in the paranormal, and I believe this story is completely fake, but it's hard to tell if he even believes it's true. He is claimed to have been abused by his brother, who went as far as to turn him into a puppet. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but this allegedly continued until one of his sisters found out, at which point that brother brother was sent away, only to come back and re-offend, at which point he was sent away permanently. It's not quite clear how long this abuse lasted, although given he claims to have not seen his brother for 10 years at the time of making the video, we can assume he would have been around 14 when it finally stopped. But he was still clearly deeply affected by this, and he reveals that the trauma he suffered made his own adoptive family turn against him, claiming they would no longer let him around young nieces and nephews. He doesn't actually share why his family was unwilling to let him be around kids, but as we'll find out, it may have been for the best. Things would not get much better, as in the same year he was forced to move out into a group home, with his mom threatening that he would end up just like his brother, who had been arrested, if he were to refuse. After moving into the group house, he alleges that he continued to be abused by staff and other people in his life. In particular, he recalls one incident in which he was tied to a chair by his roommate and forced to watch My Little Pony with him. At the same time, he was also attending high school, where he claims to have been a bit of a problem child, often getting into fights with anyone who looked at him funny. He quit high school at the age of 18 right before graduating, apparently due to trouble at home, although he doesn't clarify what. He expresses some regret over this, saying he might have had a shot at a normal life if he'd just graduated. When he became an adult, he moved into a residential rehabilitation facility, where he spent about 6 to 7 years of his life, only to eventually be moved out, allegedly due to his own laziness. In pretty much every video where he describes living in the rehab facility, he always makes sure to include that he lived happy and carefree, which arguably makes sense considering that people in these facilities are not actually expected to do much of any work, except for whatever tasks their handlers give them. It's hard to confirm most of the things he says simply due to the fact that it's only really his word we have to go off of. As you'll find out, Corbin isn't exactly a master of deception, so you should take his testimony with a pinch of salt, as there's no real way to confirm if he's lying or not, especially because later testimonies made by other people go on to contradict these claims. Regardless, the story he provides gives a rather convenient explanation for the things he would go on to do later in life. For a while, Jupiter would continue releasing YouTube videos at scattered dates, anything from more paranormal encounters to even more videos on his life, the details of which I've already shared with you. These videos got at best a few hundred views, and it's worth emphasizing that this didn't really seem like an attempt by Jupiter to make a career out of it. For now, YouTube was just a way to pass the time. At some point in 2023, Jupiter would go on to make a TikTok account. Not much is actually known about this initial account, since it was either banned or he may have taken it down himself. There's some confusion on that, which we'll get into. As such, it's difficult to examine what exactly he was doing, but whatever it was, it must have caught at least some people's attention. Whatever it was exactly that led him to get the attention of other people, it would eventually culminate in him being approached by a much larger content creator called Linda Binda, a small YouTuber and TikToker whose channel's main focus is to troll people, at least as far as I can tell. She reached out to him for an interview, and very soon she would get her wish granted. On May 13th, 2023, the Linda Binda channel uploaded the first of many interviews with the eponymous Jupiter, titled Linda Binda Falls in Love with a Vampire Werewolf Lord. It's hard to effectively communicate just how strange the whole interview is. You have this Linda character constantly trying to flirt with Corbin, only for him to obviously bumble through all of Linda's advances while making some truly baffling statements. Something you'll find throughout this video is that when he believes he's in the company of a girl, he seems very eager to divulge his deepest, darkest secrets, or at least say things that anyone else would be too ashamed to say in pretty much any company. From talking about what he sees as his deeply controlling mother, and saying he's actually glad that she died in spite of earlier statements, to sharing that he ran a hacker group back in high school. He also goes on to say he's actually not even a human. He's secretly a vampire-wolf hybrid, and he has all kinds of supernatural powers. One somewhat interesting moment was when Corbin admitted to having a preference for sticking on chesticles, which then led to him talking about how his sister, Cheyenne, trained him to be a combat specialist. Linda, purposefully misinterpreting what he said, asked if Corbin was doing the aforementioned chesticle sticking to his sister.
So you say that you and your sisters.
No, I don't do that to my family. I'm not into that. I'm not that Sweet Home Alabama bullshit, you know? I'm not that kind of guy.
Right after he says no, it sounds like he's about to say that was a long time ago, but he cuts himself off.
Why is his voice so fucking funny?
Before transitioning into emphatically denying having ever done something even close to that. While this isn't much to go off of by itself, it is interesting to note that in the same interview, Corbin says that his little sister had convinced his ex-girlfriend to press rape charges against him. More importantly though, it's something a lot of other viewers caught on to, which would lead to some further accusations down the line.
This one chick who I dated back in high school, Paige Hoagland. Know what she did after I f***ed her? Pressed charges on me.
It's not really clear if these charges ever went anywhere, and as far as we've been able to gather, they never did, as he doesn't seem to be present on the registry. Pretty much all of these things would set off red flags in the heads of most people, and indeed, the things he said were so ridiculous that a lot of people in the comments outright couldn't believe Jupiter was a real character and thought Corbin was simply playing a bit. Indeed, his behavior is not too dissimilar from your run-of-the-mill troll, so I don't blame anyone for thinking that. About a month later, Linda would release another interview. This time, the red flags turned into some of the most horrendous admissions a person could reasonably make. The interview starts off pretty simple, as the first topic of discussion is whether or not he'd been recently arrested, which he wholeheartedly denies. He also rants about some guy named Chris, who he claims has been trying to mar his name and to get him into trouble with the police. Then, a bit less than 2 minutes into the interview, Linda tells Jupiter that someone in their chat had asked him if he's a pedophile.
Someone's commented and said that they think that you're a pedophile.
Oh, piss off, haters. By the way, I only dated minors as it was only for show. I wasn't actually doing it. It was only for show.
Oh.
So
What?
don't take that too far, you know?
Oh, no. You see, the child, it was just a goof. It was just for laughs, you know?
This is a clear example of Jupiter's tendency to divulge his deepest, darkest secrets to a girl he likes. It should go without saying that you don't just make an admission like this and expect to get away with it, but perhaps we should be grateful that he did. After breaking character to tell the audience that Linda doesn't approve of anything Corbin is saying, she asks him to clarify what he meant by dating them for show. He goes on to explain he did it as a power move. At the same time, he acknowledges some of the backlash he got because of it, blaming this mysterious Chris figure again. He threatens that if anyone calls him a pedophile, he's going to lose his mind. But that's not all. If you thought the last interview had taken a weird turn, then you're really not ready for what's revealed in this one. The topic of this odd mixture of being a vampire and werewolf comes up again, as he's asked about whether or not he drinks blood. He goes on to explain that he does in fact drink blood, but not that of humans, instead opting to drink the blood of animals, and more commonly, his homunculus named Shara Tora.
They want to meet some of your friends.
This was one of the inanimate objects I brought to life. Her name's Shira Tora, although people call her Twilight. Her name I gave her was Shira Tora, which is translated to shooting star.
If you're wondering what that means, Jupiter gives us his own explanation for this phenomenon. In his own words, a homunculus is an inanimate object brought to life via a blood ritual. Luckily, he doesn't go into detail about what that is. He explains that when he needs a fix of blood, all he needs to do is bite his homunculus, which gives him all the nourishment he needs. He goes on to explain that he and this particular homunculus have actually had 4 children. Once again, being the amazingly helpful guy that he is, he explains the process of how that can occur, which Linda shortens by saying that he uses his claw to implant this homunculus with his DNA, which will then give birth to his children.
Those are most of the kids we've had together.
Okay. Is that what our kids are going to look like?
No. I mean, they'll be mostly human looking, so...
Mostly?
Yeah, they'll be human looking. It depends on your... It depends on...
This guy is so epic. Some of the 150 IQ members of my audience may have already noticed that these are My Little Pony plushies. Yes, we can confirm that Jupiter is actually a brony. The rest of the interview is about as much of a train wreck as the previous parts were. Linda, still trying to be the flirtatious girlfriend character, makes remarks and asks suggestive questions all throughout the interview, which prompts Jupiter to say more and more outlandish things. For the most part, he simply answers viewers' questions like why there's a big brown spot on his bed, if he's ever eaten anyone, etc. Throughout, he makes a few more off-kilter comments, such as when he apparently tried to transfer his soul into another person to save them, only to fail in the end. Eventually, it concludes with Jupiter asking for Linda's hand in marriage, which Linda accepts. Overall, this interview made a lot more waves than the last one. Though it only has half the views of the previous, it ended up making a lot more waves, largely due to the startling admission that Jupiter made on air, albeit the impact was not immediately apparent. On YouTube, the issue would stay relatively unknown, with the only channel responding to the video at the time being a small YouTuber by the name of Siwa Moon, who would release a reaction-style video where she posited that Jupiter might actually be a danger to society. Because of how contained to TikTok this entire thing was, his YouTube was seemingly entirely unaffected. There may have been a couple hundred people who migrated to the channel due to Jupiter's TikTok presence, but considering we're really just talking about a couple of people here, it seems almost irrelevant. But as it turns out, these couple of people were all Jupiter needed to engage in a new hobby of his, one that would remain shockingly underreported throughout his tenure as TikTok's premier punching bag. On the 12th of June, the same day as the second Linda Binda interview is uploaded to YouTube, Jupiter began streaming to his YouTube channel. His first foray into the streaming world has 82 views, of which at least 5 are me. This stream is very emblematic of what pretty much all of his other succeeding streams would be, 3, rambling about pretty much the same exact thing over and over again, while occasionally talking to some of his friends on Discord about whatever, broken up by long periods of silence. For this first stream, the thing he chose to endlessly repeat was the fact that he, apparently, was leaving TikTok for good, and how it's all the fault of the toxic people on the platform that he was leaving. Jupiter went on to stream 2 more times on June 12th. Notably, he had the live chat feature enabled, which would be the standard for most of these streams, as he would use it to talk to a handful of fans he actually had, although frankly, one has to wonder how many of them were actual fans and how many were just trolls. In particular, he would have a whole one person talking to him actually in the live chat.
Oh, hello. I quit. I'm not going back to TikTok. I'm sorry, buddy. I got called a pedo too many times, and I'm sick of people trying to hurt me, so...
The last stream of the day, however, is fire. In it, he claims to have deleted his TikTok live on air, and while that may have had some relevance at that point in time, the real reason why this stream is interesting is the one person who would be talking to Jupiter throughout the stream. Meet Vivian Blair. While you probably wouldn't think much of this random YouTube account, this one person will go on to become a surprisingly key figure in the saga. For now, though, she presents herself as a genuine fan of Jupiter, for reasons that are frankly beyond me and presumably most people. Throughout the stream, she seems focused on trying to get Jupiter's Snapchat, which he eventually gives her. Regardless, while Jupiter may have deleted one TikTok account, this didn't really stop the backlash on the platform, as he continued to garner negative attention, whether he was on the platform or not. Whether due to the backlash or just because he wanted to come back to TikTok, at some point he made a new account, and he would upload his first video to it on the 16th of June, which he would announce on a YouTube live stream. Strangely, he claims that some other TikTok account had been banned, as opposed to him deleting it, suggesting he may have had yet another account. It's also of note that Jupiter claims here that his YouTube channel is actively being monitored by the police, which is how he justifies not talking about any of the allegations made against him, claiming he could get arrested or killed if he talked about them.
Right now, my YouTube and everything is being monitored by the police, so I can't say much, because I am under surveillance at the moment.
The stream would also feature 2 new characters to add to the roster, Andy and Unknown Error. There isn't much to say about the latter, although the former does appear to be a rather interesting character herself. From what she shares of herself in the live chat, she's 20, heavily medicated, and a witch. Birds of a feather really do stick together. The stream itself was not unlike the rest of the streams Jupiter had posted so far, as he spends most of his time rambling incessantly about irrelevant things, while talking to chatters, whom he seems pretty friendly with. In particular, he actually gives Vivian and Andy the mod role, for a completely unknown reason, considering they're the only ones talking in the chat in the first place and there's nobody else to moderate. The last thing I'd like you to keep in mind here is a rather tame clip in which Jupiter tells his viewers that he's proposed to a girl named Abby. For now, we were kept in the dark about who this person is.
Didn't you guys see that one video where I said I proposed to Abby? Didn't any of you see that video? I couldn't keep lying to Linda anymore, and I'll let her know eventually. But yes, I proposed to Abby.
Let's refocus on this new TikTok of his, and the video he uploaded on it. The first video, as well as a multitude of videos following it, is interesting in that pretty much all of them are meant to simply defend his character. He's always had some choice words for those he calls haters, eagerly deflecting criticism, or simply ignoring it altogether and complaining he's being harassed. In the first video in particular, he says he'll try to beat the harassment by simply making entertaining videos. This video was uploaded only 3 days later, and from all of these special effects and the wall of text, we can assume that this was his idea of finding entertaining ways to deflect criticism. I'll let you come to your own conclusions about how successful it was. By the way, I feel it's a good time to remind you that he's 25 years old. Jupiter released a few more of these videos, with each of them being more ridiculous than the last. In one video, he seems to be responding to one person called Beta Survivor. Whether this was someone from his DMs is unclear, although it almost definitely wasn't from his comment section, since he seems to have turned those off entirely. In this clip, he makes a threat of violence against this man in order to deter him from pursuing his family. During the rest of this month, it's difficult to ascertain what kind of backlash Jupiter was facing. We know he was likely a target of ridicule from Linda's community, and from his constant stream of quasi-response videos, we know for a fact this nebulous amount of backlash was really getting to him. An amusing side effect is when he was targeted by a very dedicated group of individuals who collectively called themselves Anonymous after the widely popular hacking group. While it's hard to really judge the extent of these people's actions, whatever they were doing was clearly getting under Jupiter's skin. Their comments can be found under some of his videos and streams, like this one. You look like you go to Dave & Buster's to celebrate your case winning against allegations of minors. In a stream on the 17th, Jupiter would go on to talk about this group, and he didn't have a lot of nice things to say about them, to put it mildly.
Really? Anonymous, you followed me here? I told you to leave me alone, and I meant it. Are you guys just happy with tormenting me? Haven't you tormented me enough? Get the f*** off my YouTube right now. I am sick of this. I'm sick of all of you. How about You eat and die, Anonymous.
There are a few people throughout who he seems to be responding to, but it's likely most of them were blocked, which is why we can't see their messages. However, 2 users remained to chat with him, spending the whole stream agitating him, accusing him of doing unscrupulous things with minors. In particular, they mentioned someone named Paige, who I've found nothing about, but given the way Jupiter responds to her being brought up, accusing her of being a private investigator, we can make some assumptions about who she may be. Notably, the hecklers also bring up Abby, to which Jupiter responds with extreme hostility.
Don't threaten Abby. She's done nothing to you. Leave her out of this. You need to piss off. Get off my YouTube. Do not drag Abby into this shit. She's innocent. She's done nothing to you. She's my one and only. Abby is. She's my one and only girlfriend. So please, stop bringing her into this, Anonymous.
In his rant, he ends up revealing a photo of Abby, and he continues to talk about her for a while, telling the 2 people in chat not to bring her up. He also insists she's 21 years old and not a minor, in order to prove that he's not a PDF file. This harassment campaign would continue for the entirety of the month, as most of the videos and streams since then contained comments left by these people. They would also keep popping up during streams. As you can see, he was clearly facing backlash, and he would often come to complain about it on live. But besides the odd comment and heckler in chat, it was mostly contained to TikTok. It would be devastating to anyone genuinely trying to make a career out of TikTok, but given that Jupiter clearly never had a shot of that anyway, you may argue it made very little difference. Throughout June, with Linda Binda even continuing to entertain his existence with the clear intention of further trolling the poor, foolish creature, asking her audience to send in questions for the next interview, which would be released on the 24th of the same month. At this point, you may think you know what to expect from Jupiter, but if your thought process is that you should know to expect the unexpected, you're right. Once again, this video starts off harmless enough, with Linda relaying the questions that have been asked by her viewers. The questions are obviously asked in jest, but Jupiter answers them in earnest, from questions like how realistic Twilight is, to what mythical creature is his worst enemy. Interestingly, amid these questions, one of the viewers asks if his eyes change color.
When my eyes glow a subtle blue, that's usually when my eyes are that's when I'm feeling kind of out of it and down. My eyes will glow a whitish red color if I'm pissed off. And when I'm just feeling happy, my eyes stay the color they are.
Here, he says that his eyes change to light blue when he's sad and pale red when he's angry. However, this is actually a contradiction of a previous statement he had made back in the first interview, where he clearly states his eyes change to ghostly pale blue when he gets angry.
My eyes, though, when I'm really pissed off, though, my eyes will glow a ghostly pale blue when I'm pissed off.
These sands.
When I'm really angry.
Now, this contradiction could mean multiple things. Either he's simply been lying about all of this and can't keep his story straight, which is the real one, or he's struggling to remember his own delusional ramblings. Some people did use this to make the claim he's just an elaborate troll, although as you'll find out, that is not the case. As often happens with this absolute unit of a man, the video only becomes more and more unhinged. When Linda relays the question of what is Jupiter's deepest, darkest secret, he says one of the most alarming things out of everything he said so far. He professes to have a deep desire to game end every single person who's ever wronged him in any way at all, be it the people who spoke ill of him in public, people who have insulted him, or anything and everything in between. He continues that he's thought a lot about it, and he's even worked out the best way to hide the bodies, admitting it would be quite easy due to how remote the area he lives in actually is.
What's your deepest, darkest fantasy?
My darkest fantasy is to watch all those who wronged me by my hand. That's my darkest.
Once again, a question is asked about Jupiter's P-word tendencies, and he clarifies that he doesn't talk to children anymore. He claims to have been set up, saying he was tired and high off nicotine when he did something with kids. It's not quite clear what he did, as the actual story from his old TikTok is murky at best, since no one bothered to archive it all. An interesting story comes up when Jupiter mentions being engaged to Abby. Not much is really revealed about her beyond what we've discussed, and Linda herself only used it as a vehicle to dive even deeper into her roleplay of a woman deeply in love with Jupiter. Another interesting question asked of him is about whether his ex-roommate and his brother are convicted predators, to which he responds that only his brother was convicted. It's not clear if this is the same brother we brought up in the intro of the video, but it's a fair guess. He does go on to imply that he believes the charges should have been dropped. On the same note of the brother he mentioned here, we actually do have a record of him. His name is Shane, and he's serving a sentence for exploitation in the state of Washington until 2027. This is believed to be the same man who had assaulted Jupiter, and as an extra aside, he's actually only one of the 2 of Corbin's siblings arrested for exploitation, with the second one being Duke, someone who must have been close enough to Jupiter to feature in one of his own videos. Sadly, or perhaps graciously, this is about it for the interview in terms of anything interesting. This YouTube video accrued the same amount of views as last time, and the clips of the video on TikTok gathered over 5 million views combined. At this point, we can say with some certainty that the man has become infamous. As we already mentioned, his original TikTok account has been banned, and while we don't know exactly when, he would release a video on his second channel on the 25th of June where he said his main account has just been deleted, implying it was due to rule violations of some sort, albeit he doesn't specify what kind. This was followed by another TikTok on the same day, which was nothing but a collection of pentagrams with the main message being that he was alive and kicking. Whether the channel was taken down because of the latest interview with Linda or for some other reason is not clear, but what we can say with a lot of certainty is that this channel deletion will become a precursor to a whole slew of trouble. Clips from his earlier streams began to circulate around TikTok on channels such as Jupiter's_videos, in which Jupiter does his best to dig an even deeper hole for himself. Here, you'll find everything from a video of him barking at his viewers, only to snap back to reality and pretend he'd just been possessed, to further defending his own pedophilic tendencies. That video in particular gives us an even deeper insight into the kind of person Jupiter is, or at least the kind of person he wants us to believe he is. He explains that due to suffering from both ADHD and autism, his age is almost irrelevant, as he's just a child mentally. He goes on to explain that he can't even really tell what he is anymore, and that he's afraid of getting close to people because he's worried he'll hurt them. By and large, these videos didn't get that much attention. People had a negative view of him already, but arguably, he hadn't become too notorious yet. The Linda Binda drama, while big for what it was not mainstream, and it hardly ever left the sphere of her own fan base, and perhaps a vaguely adjacent TikTok viewer base, and the same can be said for his dealings with Anonymous, which really just flew under everyone's radar. But before I go any further, a word from today's sponsor. Have you recently been injured in a horrific accident? Don't know where to start? Well, look no further than Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, with over 800 attorneys operating in 49 states, not Rhode Island. They're a national consumer-facing brand with a promise of being for the people. Morgan & Morgan has modernized the injury law process so you can submit a claim and have it reviewed by a lawyer without ever having to leave the couch. You can sign documents, upload pictures, share medical records and doctor bills all from your phone. You can even text message your attorney and case manager without having to go into an office. And their fee is free. You only pay if you win. They've got 100 offices nationwide and over 800 local lawyers, along with a 4,000-person support staff available at any hour to help with your case. So, join the 3 million people who call them every year in a time of need. If you're ever injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Submit a claim in 8 clicks or less without even having to leave your couch. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/turkeytom or dial #law. That's #529 from your cell phone. Once again, forthepeople.com/turkeytom to start the process. Good luck. Jupiter himself, meanwhile, continued to post to his YouTube and TikTok. While his YouTube selection did include some more paranormal stuff, the TikToks were largely a deflection of the criticism he'd gotten in the last couple of months, constantly trying to shame those who would, quite justifiably, call him a PDF file in the most cringeworthy way he could possibly muster. On the 29th of June, Linda Binda had recorded another interview with Jupiter, which would later be uploaded in full to her YouTube channel. This interview is quite noteworthy among all of the other interviews she's made, as one thing you'll quickly notice is just how hostile Jupiter seems throughout. The first few minutes are quick to set the tone for the whole interview, where he emphatically demands that people should stop calling him a P-word, claiming it's already over and done with, getting angry when viewers ask him somewhat silly questions like whether he eats raw meat because he's a werewolf. We can't quite be sure what he's thinking at this moment, but given he's no longer on camera, it's possible he might have finally caught onto the bit, or at least he's worried about incriminating himself further. Not that that stops him from saying some of the most suspicious statements that I've ever heard.
What's he saying?
He sees you as his mother and or sister.
Sister?
Perspective.
I'm not
Like
in.
a stepsister, like the hot stepsister.
Yeah.
He calls you his hot stepsis. He's like, I don't really see her as my mom, more like a hot stepsis.
One of the more interesting parts of the interview, besides Jupiter teaching Linda how to create a homunculus and then going on to communicate with Linda's bee plushie, was a moment towards the tail end of the whole interview. Linda starts talking about how she would challenge her uncle to play a game of sack hop, with the punchline being that the uncle had no legs. Jupiter took this opportunity to talk a little bit about how he feels about that uncle, and how despite the things the uncle had done to Linda, he still clearly loved her. In particular, he mentions the one time her uncle supposedly locked her in a cage, and he explained that the reason her uncle had done it is simply because he loved her and couldn't imagine parting from her. He even implies that the uncle, who's supposedly dead at this point, had actually faked his own death as a way of telling Linda he's sorry.
You know all the things he said he did that was bad?
Like what? I forgot.
Where you said he locked you in a cage or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he did that because he loved you and he didn't want to lose you.
This channel isn't exactly the sort of place for detailed psychoanalysis, but in my silly YouTuber opinion, there's probably more behind this little statement than meets the eye. Knowing all the dark things we know from his childhood, it makes you wonder what else he suffered at the hands of Shane. But of course, given there's now potential he's actually in on the bit and just doing a bit of trolling, perhaps he knows the whole story was made up in the first place. But if he did know it was a bit, why even stick around longer and keep incriminating himself? As the interview draws to a close, Jupiter takes one more opportunity to threaten those who would call him a P-word, and when asked about Discord CP, he insists that he doesn't have things like that anymore. Overall, while the interview garnered about the same amount of attention as the last three, this was arguably the least damaging to his reputation. Of course, at this point, he can hardly be argued to have much of a reputation, to the point where it would be hard to imagine him sinking any lower. In the midst of this, Jupiter found himself in a quaint little bit of drama when he stumbled across an account called Corbin Pinnell 1998. It is ostensibly a satire account, with most of the early videos on it being satirical versions of the exact videos Jupiter himself was posting. As you can see, these videos are pretty harmless, especially if you consider the sheer magnitude of accusations that Jupiter was already facing. Yet, of all the people he may have taken umbrage with, he focused his sights on this dainty little meme account. On the 1st of July, only 2 days after Corbin Pinnell 1998 released his first video, our rotund friend would go on to make 5 videos all about this channel, trying to assert his position as the one and only real Jupiter. Throughout the series of rants, he wanted an entire character arc, wherein he started off just denying any possibility that this meme account was actually him, only to eventually switch gears and offer him a chance to work together, seemingly convinced that he was a Jupiter from another dimension.
Where did you come from and what timeline are you from? Because if you're from an alternate timeline, like you say, that means that you're me who's come from a different universe and a different time-space continuum.
With these videos, Jupiter enjoyed an unprecedented amount of viewers, getting dramatically more clicks than any of his previous videos. In fact, the first of these videos managed to get 1.9 million views, which, while not as impressive on TikTok compared to YouTube, is still 10 times more than any of his previous posts. Given that, it would actually make sense to assume that he was simply milking it even more for views, which, if that were the case, worked out for him quite beautifully. But he would not get to enjoy this little bump in viewership for very long, as the relative obscurity that had shielded him from the attention of the wider public was about to be broken. It started off with Linda Binda and a content creator going by Lou Grimm collaborating on a live interview of Jupiter on the 1st of July. This one is a lot different in terms of tone compared to the others, not least of all due to the subject matter. In this stream, Linda and Lou Grimm called Jupiter out for talking to minors, who had since come out to talk about it publicly. This interview is no longer available on Linda's channel, and the only re-uploads of it we could find don't seem to have the entirety of it there. But from the clips we could gather, he admitted to talking to these girls inappropriately, although he wasn't too eager to actually take accountability for his actions, claiming it was a simple transgression. He remained completely unfazed when Linda pointed out how he had allegedly sent an explicit image to girls as young as 13 years old. This one clip of it we have has been recorded by Desperate Housewives, an account belonging to a girl named Sophia, who, as we'll later be able to confirm, is one of the girls involved in this whole mess. On the 2nd of July, she posted a video that had been sent to her by Jupiter himself.
Sophia, I know that you're crushing on me. I know that deep down. So here's my video to you. The reason why I want to be your boyfriend is because I need someone who's human to share my lonely nights with my human half. The reason why I'm asking you this is because my human half gets lonely, and I want to be able to see you again.
It's already weird enough he sent this to any girl, quite frankly, but it pales in comparison to the fact that all of these girls are supposedly minors. Sophia went on to disseminate a lot more videos of this nature, claiming a lot of them were sent to her friends. While a lot of this is hard to verify, the fact that videos exist at all kind of speaks for themselves, at least as far as the cringe level.
Well, this little devil wants you to know the reason why he wants you to date him.
Ugh.
Because if you like what you see, you take it. You like what you want, you know you want, then grab it. You know the price, and buy it. These are the reasons why I want you to date me.
These videos would go on to get tens of millions of views, with the most viewed clip on the topic getting over 20 million. It goes without saying that the sheer amount of attention gained was monumental, and that was reflected on Jupiter's personal channel. Coincidentally, or perhaps due to the videos, the last TikToks available on Jupiter's account are from the 2nd of July, and they don't even begin to address any of this new attention, as he instead still tried to milk the imposter situation, threatening to sue this guy to protect his name. Whether he stopped because of these videos coming out thought is not quite clear. That said, while he wouldn't release anything on his TikTok channel, he did do a stream on his YouTube account, which remains clandestine as ever. Out of all the streams that he's done, this one may just be the creepiest. The whole point of the stream, it seems, is to chat up this one girl in live chat, as no one else comes to visit in the entire thing. The chat at first is relatively harmless, albeit it is kind of strange given the context of what we know Jupiter is like. But then things start getting weird.
Are you crushing on me, by the way? Kristen, you crushing on me?
If you glance at the chat, you'll see a confirmation that Kirsten is indeed a woman and that she may have a slight crush on Jupiter. But if you think that's weird, just wait till you see this.
If you're in love with me, you can tell me. It's okay. Promise I won't judge.
To this question, the girl gives a much more emphatic answer, telling Jupiter that she loves him. After a brief bit of rambling, Kirsten begins asking for Jupiter's social media, which he's very eager to provide, giving her his phone number and Snapchat. It's here that we find out two things. One, there was actually another person there at the same time, one who may have been blocked from the chat after the fact, or perhaps someone whose account was deleted. Two, we'll find out that the girl whose chats we do see, Kirsten, is younger. And when Jupiter is questioned as to whether or not he's okay with her age, he says he doesn't have any problem with it. Now, we don't actually know how old this girl was, as the message was most likely removed during the stream. But given what we already know about Jupiter, I don't think anyone should be giving him the benefit of the doubt here. From here, the timeline of events becomes quite unclear, which tends to happen when you're dealing with such short time frames. But when in doubt, it never hurts to check his YouTube channel. On the 4th of July, Jupiter would do an extremely short stream. He doesn't actually say much at all here, and we're frankly not sure what the point of the stream even was. However, I couldn't be more glad that this stream happened, because we end up finding out something very, very juicy. Remember Sophia, the girl who uploaded all those creepy TikToks of Jupiter trying to flirt? What you almost definitely didn't know is that Sophia is someone we've actually already introduced you to. If you look at the live chat, you'll see a vaguely familiar name, Vivian Blair, the girl who's moderated his YouTube chat since June. She reveals to the chat and presumably Jupiter himself that she's actually Sophia on TikTok. She then apologizes profusely to him, and from Jupiter's acting, it seems he feels quite hurt by her. There's a very one-sided back and forth, with Vivian desperately trying to catch Jupiter's attention for most of it, as well as trying to message him on Snapchat. Now, it's worth pointing out that I have no idea who this person truly is. There's every chance this girl has been trolling Jupiter since the beginning, in which case, fair play. But in the event that this is actually all real, I have to say, this little interaction may be one of the more disturbing things of the whole story, if only for the fact that it's fully archived for us to witness. This would be his last ever video on YouTube. All that remained now was his TikTok. At some point, Jupiter released an apology where he fully admits to having been a PDF file. With a stooped head, he begs for forgiveness and even breaks down crying. It's not clear how genuine this apology is, but given how long he's lied about it at this point, it honestly doesn't mean that much, and he more than likely hoped it would get him out of trouble. As you'll find out, he wouldn't get so lucky. The circumstances behind where this video was from get kind of confusing. That same confession was uploaded on the same day to a different channel without any of the overlays and music. This channel seems to have videos by Jupiter that don't exist anywhere else, which suggests it's some sort of alternate account of his, or someone super dedicated to archiving. This idea is somewhat reinforced when you look at the earliest videos on the channel, which were uploaded on the 3rd of July, where he claims to have teamed up with his imposter in order to fight Anonymous. From what I could gather, there seems to be some belief that the imposter actually convinced Jupiter to give a full video confession, which is what we saw earlier. This alternative account contains one more apology video, which seems to have been recorded prior to the other one I showed. This is much shorter, and he definitely doesn't seem to be taking this very seriously, talking about how he's been cut off from the Jupiter bloodline due to his shameful actions.
It is with heavy heart that I am no longer part of the Jupiter bloodline. My father has disowned me. I only beg for your forgiveness, and I will seek whatever punishment comes after.
The only other videos
Can't see it on my face is that disgusting cringe.
He engages in his habit of making very silly threats to his haters, including a video where he says he'll drag and shout his enemies off of a cliff. For this next part, let's return to Siwa Moon. While a very minor player in the whole saga, Siwa is perhaps one of the only YouTubers who's been calling out Jupiter since before Linda went against him publicly. She would go on to make a stream on the 2nd of July, breaking down the most recent controversies regarding him, and using much of her time to psychoanalyze Jupiter based on the responses he gave to being questioned. Eventually, Siwa launched a second stream talking about Jupiter. Largely, this went over the things we've already covered, including the infamous apology. And other than explaining the recent drama, Siwa invites on a very special guest, Abby, the same girl Jupiter was claiming to be engaged to, and she gives a rather fascinating account of the kind of person Jupiter is. According to her, she and Jupiter first met when she was 14, with him being 18 at the time. Initially, they started off being just friends, but it quickly developed into a relationship. She claims they were boyfriend and girlfriend while she was 14, and that at the time of the interview, she was indeed his fiancée, with genuine plans to eventually marry him. Throughout the interview, Siwa reveals to Abby, and by extension the viewers, that he's actually supposed to be under constant supervision, because a court order deemed him unfit to take care of himself. Abby is surprised by this, although she does confirm he lives in a group home, which contradicts his testimony, wherein he said he lived with his brother. At one point, she admits to physically meeting Jupiter in Melba during the 4th of July, going as far as to say he hurt her physically, something she had kept a secret practically up until the moment she said it on air. The interview is cut short by Abby suddenly disconnecting due to technical issues, and she's not brought on again for the rest of the stream, leaving us wondering what else could have been revealed by her. Interestingly, if you look at the comment section of this stream, you'll find a comment from someone who's claiming to be a part of this faux anonymous group that's been hunting down Jupiter, going on to claim he's also the owner of the Jupiter Satire channel. He claims that his group of friends convinced Jupiter they were a tribunal of godly beings who were sentencing him for his crimes against children and threatening to remove his powers if he didn't confess. While there's no way to confirm this, given what we already know about Jupiter the Hybrid, I'm ready to believe it. While Abby's stream didn't end up being too consequential, the 7th of July would end up being significant for a different reason. On that day, the Nampa Police Department released a statement on their Facebook page talking about executing a search warrant at his residence involving internet crimes against children. In a later video, Linda Binda would claim that Jupiter had all of his social media and mobile devices seized, being kicked out of the place he lived and forced to live with his father. It's not clear what evidence she's drawing from, as I wasn't able to find an arrest record, but given that he stopped uploading so suddenly, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. Perhaps even worse for him, more clips will begin to come out, even further incriminating it. The same satire account will post a clip from a TikTok livestream in which Jupiter states quite bluntly that his apologies were effectively worthless and that he had only posted them in hopes of pleasing the masses. He scarcely seems to exhibit any of the shame from his apology videos, which definitely speaks to his motivation. Besides that, Linda Binda would also release a teaser of a documentary she was producing about Jupiter, and with her announcement, she included a clip of Jupiter admitting on air that he wouldn't mind receiving naughty content from a 13-year-old.
Jupiter, can I still send you pictures of myself even if I'm underage? Because I'm only 13.
It's up to you, sweetie, if you want to. Because I
No, I would never.
Of course, the couple of extra clips of him being outright heinous were only a precursor to the veritable smorgasbord of attention that Jupiter would receive throughout the rest of July. While he continued getting all kinds of attention on TikTok, likely unaware of any of it due to his blanket ban on electronics, the real difference came on YouTube, where his antics caught the attention of large YouTubers. The first video on the topic I could find was made by Subtrist Live. He goes over the same things we've already discussed. He also shows clips from another interview with Jupiter conducted by a TikToker named Lugram, who we've already shown. This interview has since been deleted, with the only traces of it being Reddit posts with clips from it. In it, he essentially explains the process of creating a homunculus again, talks to her about how she shouldn't swear, how he would like to move her soul into a human host, but because she's picky, he hasn't been able to find one. The video ended up getting almost 100,000 views, but it would truly go mainstream later in July with a coverage from a YouTuber named Underflow. This video was a more thorough attack on Jupiter, using a whole plethora of clips and other evidence to prove his thesis that Jupiter is a predator. This video got 700,000 views, propelling the topic to the mainstream. It didn't take long for others like Sensitive Society to hop on the bandwagon. Outside of the YouTube sphere, Jupiter was ragged on by just about everybody, but the person in the forefront of all of this was definitely Linda Binda herself, who seemed to have made it her mission to take Jupiter down. After all, she was part of the reason he had been known by so many people. In late July, she began releasing updates on Jupiter's situation, including the fact that all of his devices were seized. She gave a brief recap of how she had met Jupiter and her whole relationship with him. She lamented her own role in propelling him to fame, or infamy, arguing he may not have had the opportunity to engage with so many minors if she hadn't made him so popular. As bad as the month of July was for Jupiter's name, August would fan the flames even further as more evidence came out. Most of that was released by Linda Binda herself, and while she didn't provide a source, many of the videos she's shown on her TikTok speak for themselves. The first of these was a video from August. In it, she mentioned how Jupiter was still not apprehended, and she hopes her new proof will put him behind bars. This proof is a video of Jupiter talking to who he believed to allegedly, supposedly, be a 15-year-old, asking her if she wants to star in an adult video with him.
Have you ever thought about maybe becoming a star? Have you ever thought about that? I mean, what if you and I decided to make, if ever you and I got married and we decided to make our own videos, and we added them to different sites and they paid us a butt ton of money, would you consider doing it with me every time?
For context, this is someone that Jupiter thought was from the ages of 14 to 15 years old. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He even said it to me multiple times. Like, the police can't do anything about it because they won't imprison someone that has mental issues. So he knew what he was doing was wrong.
She would slowly continue to drip feed pieces of information on Jupiter. All this time, she's continued to tease the documentary. Eventually, however, she released a bombshell when she announced she'd be interviewing Jupiter's actual sister, where they would talk about Jupiter. As the anticipation for this video built, more and more people began releasing their own videos about Jupiter, with Underflow releasing update videos. The month of August would see the release of even more robust videos on the topic, with Smokey MCC chiming in with a half-hour in-depth takedown, in which his main focus were the Linda Binda interviews. Despite new info being relatively scant, the issue remained extremely hot throughout all of August, with multiple content creators releasing videos, including another update from Underflow and another breakdown of the situation by Hi I'm Wonder, who you guys may remember from the Illuminati situation. But the topic would cool down in the month of September as people stopped talking about it. However, as October rolled around, the content farm received another jolt of energy, as Linda's highly anticipated interview finally dropped on the 6th. In that interview, Linda addressed the sister as Kia, although whether that's just a pseudonym or her actual name is not clear. Here's the rough story of her and Jupiter growing up, according to Kia. Kia describes their childhood as relatively normal for the first few years of them living together, with the exception of their older brother, Shane, abusing them. For those of you who weren't keeping up, Shane is the one currently sitting in Washington State Prison on sexual abuse charges.
We had like a fairly okay childhood. I mean, yes, him and I have some abuse trauma. We have very similar trauma. I have a little bit more than he does. Our brother Junior, or Shane, as most people know him, he wasn't a very good brother.
According to Kia, she and Jupiter got along really well as kids, playing together and just spending a lot of time around one another. However, she noted that there was a marked change in their relationship around the time she was 11. Their foster mother began to treat Jupiter very differently compared to some of the other siblings in Jupiter's age range. In particular, she described how Jupiter would often be coddled by her, and whenever he did something wrong, she would simply blame it on his autism, claiming he isn't liable for the bad decisions he makes.
Like, can very well tell he does indeed know what he's doing. I would be sitting on the complete opposite side of the room, coloring. He'd lose a game and he'd walk over and he'd throw whatever remote he had in his hands at my head. And I would tell my mom, and my mom would call him into her office. She would scold him, and then nothing would happen.
As time went on, things only got worse, as by the time the kids were going through puberty, Jupiter, having never been taught inhibition, started to frequently group his sisters. Once again, his mother would brush off the concerns of her daughters by saying he was autistic.
I don't believe any of this. I don't believe any of this shit just because it could easily be a troll, and I'm hoping that either Turkey Tom or this interviewer have some evidence to show that this person is actually his sister. Because while this is all creepy and gross and shit, I don't, unless I'm not paying attention, which I'm pretty sure I'm paying decent enough attention, I haven't heard any evidence that this is his actual sister at all.
And it got so bad that it caused bruises to appear all over her body. This would not stop until one day when she responded to Jupiter's attempts by smacking him across the face, and he apparently never touched her past that point.
It got so bad where I actually had to get my dad involved, because I would tell my mom and she'd be like, he just doesn't know what he's doing. You just gotta repeat. And so I finally ended up telling my dad, and my dad said, well, if he does it, just go ahead and smack him. So I did. Never touched me like that again.
The topic of Junior, or Shane, was brought up multiple times, specifically in relation to what had happened between him and Jupiter. She recalled an incident during which her mom would walk into their shared bedroom, where she saw Shane had fastened Jupiter to a chair with both of them nude. I'll let you fill in the blanks on what Shane was actually doing there.
But what had happened was my mom had just gotten home. She was heading back down the hallway to the bathroom, and she happened to look over at the boys' door, and on the door was a sign that said, "Don't come in, we are playing naked." Well, she opened the door. Shane had used, I think, their ties to tie him up to the chair and was touching him inappropriately.
Yeah, things are getting pretty dark, so if this kind of thing really bothers you, now would probably be the time to tap out, because
it's fucking late.
Not getting better, unfortunately.
It's fucking late, Jupiter, bro.
She recalled an event during which her sister, and Jupiter were all sitting in the backseat of a car when he suddenly grew enraged and started choking Kia with the seatbelt, and then turned around to try and choke out her sister. The only thing that dissuaded him was a threat from Kia. On a later occasion, she claimed that he would physically assault her on multiple occasions, going as far as to say on some of these occasions, genuine attempts were made at murder. In particular, she recalls 2 instances. One happened when she was 16 and she was tasked with making sure Jupiter, then 17, would take a proper bath before going to school, a task given to her by their father. Jupiter was notoriously unwilling to bathe, and he would often go a long time without washing himself. So when Kia had attempted to wrangle him into taking a bath, he responded violently, chasing her across the house, pinning her down, and attempting to choke her out. I mean, we may as well just call Jupiter Kimbo Slice at this point because he's really going for those submissions. Kia notes that this is actually the first time she could remember her brother getting genuinely punished, although she in turn also got punished for not managing to convince him to take the bath, allegedly. Prompted by Linda, Kia also breaks down Jupiter's hygiene, and in particular she describes the kind of smell that had become his trademark scent of sorts, which she could always recognize if he had been in the room just by the smell. She describes it as a nauseating mix of sweat, musk, and due to his rather poor hygiene habits, urine and fecal matter. When Linda asks if the brown spot on his current mattress is actually dirt, as claimed by Jupiter, Kia responds that it's probably not dirt.
Gross.
Yeah. This transitions into a discussion about whether Jupiter was even potty trained, to which Kia responds that due to their mother's coddling, he had never even begun to be potty trained until the age of 17. However, Kia claims this potty training never actually stuck, which meant his mother continued to clean him up, until his dad finally put a stop to it and told him to wear adult diapers. Kia goes on to say that he most likely wears adult diapers to this day, which would again maybe explain that brown patch on the mattress. After this little tangent, they refocus on the incident when Jupiter had almost strangled her. According to her, their dad forced their mom to put Jupiter in a group facility in order to protect the rest of the kids. After Jupiter was moved out, their mother continued to focus on him. This is one example of where Kia's story kind of contradicts the version mentioned by Jupiter. If you'll recall from the start, he describes being put in this group facility when he was 15, and he makes it seem as though the mom is the one solely responsible for that decision. Of course, since neither he nor Kia are really providing any proof of their claims, either one of them could be correct. The topic shifts back to Jupiter's creepy sexual antics as Kia reveals how Jupiter would often try to watch her take a shower. She recalled one specific incident when she asked her mom to make sure Jupiter wasn't watching as she was getting out. Then, when she left the bathroom with a towel on, she saw Jupiter watching her, despite the fact she had told their mom to make him not do that. After this, the focus again is on Jupiter's violent tendencies. Kia reveals how Jupiter would constantly threaten her and her sisters for every conceivable and inconceivable slight, be it not handing the controller over fast enough, picking a movie he didn't want to watch, singing too loud, and anything and everything in between. To only the slightest, most minute scolding from their mother, who made sure to remind him, "Hey buddy, you're not supposed to speak like that." After extensively covering her history with Jupiter growing up, Kia would speak about her own mental condition due to having to live with him and Shane, saying she suffers from PTSD. She also mentions how she has a restraining order against Jupiter. Once they're done exploring the history, the topic shifts to what's been happening recently, in particular his social media presence. Kia brings up how, when creating all of his social media accounts, he wasn't using his own phone number, and had instead stolen his sister's phone number, which led to her receiving hundreds of death threats and a lot of harassment from people who believed it was Jupiter's personal account. There's some discussion about many of the things we've already gone over, including the rather infamous apology video, and Kia notes that this kind of tacit apology, followed by constant reoffending of that same behavior, is exactly what she and her siblings had to go through time and time again. A rather ominous question is asked by Linda regarding how Kia thinks an interaction between Jupiter and a child would go if they were left alone in the same room. Kia suggests that if the person was 10 or below, she would imagine Jupiter hurting them physically, breaking a bone, or inflicting other grievous injuries. If they were older than 11, she reckons he would try to, She also mentions that he may not engage with someone 17 or older because they would be able to defend themselves, which she doesn't like. The interview eventually concludes on a somewhat dour note as both Linda and Kia lament that Jupiter was still a free man, and that once his ban on electronics would run out, he would likely just go back to doing the same things he had been doing previously, with nothing in the way of accountability. Overall, the interview serves to recontextualize much of how we see Corbin, giving us an insight into why he may be the person he is today. Of course, we have to keep in mind that there's nothing in the way of evidence provided, leaving us with a plausible but not actually confirmable story of his past. Sadly, one of the interview's predictions would also come true, as Jupiter reappeared on TikTok a few days later. While the account which the video was posted on is banned, Linda Binda and others were diligent enough to archive it.
You all honestly think I'm gonna go to prison? Check your facts before you do anything stupid. And back the hell up, and back the hell down. Final warning, people. Leave me alone.
As mentioned before, however, this account would not last long, and in fact, it seems that every account he's been making in an attempt to return to the platform has been banned very quickly. Clearly, someone at TikTok is watching and knows to get rid of him. One of the only things that remain are re-uploads of his older videos. Why he never returned to the Corbin Pinnell account is a mystery, although since it was apparently on his family's phone number, he may have been locked out of it entirely. While Jupiter may have hoped that this 3 months of absence would leave him relatively clear of any more exposés, any such hopes would have been dashed just a few days later with the release of perhaps one of the most comprehensive takedowns of Jupiter ever made. On the 18th of October, a channel called Mr. Snowflake released a 40-minute breakdown composed entirely of clips from Jupiter himself, with not a single word spoken by the creator. In this, he shows a lot of clips that haven't been shown anywhere else, be it on TikTok or YouTube, including Jupiter breaking down his childhood again. In fact, were it not for Mr. Snowflake, we never would have found Jupiter's YouTube channel, which would have removed a lot of the context we have on his story. Overall, it was arguably one of the best videos ever made on the topic, along with his 2 continuation episodes, and while they haven't been as successful in terms of views, it is elevated by being the only place to find a lot of valuable lore on Jupiter, which just isn't available anywhere else. As for Jupiter himself, well, it was difficult to get him back on his feet on TikTok, simply because every account he made would be quickly deleted. He was still back on the internet, which opened up an opportunity for him to engage with people. This opportunity would quickly materialize as the one and only Linda approached him once again for a full-fledged interview, which was released on YouTube on the 24th of October, most likely being the actual last interview. It's interesting to contrast this interview with all of the previous ones by Linda. While Linda continues to play the character to keep Jupiter interested, who frankly seems quite convinced there's actually something between them, she cuts down massively on making any jokes, and the whole interview is largely focused on interrogating Jupiter in a much more solemn manner. He does also say he loves Linda, which, while possibly just a troll, it's not unlikely it's true. As soon as the video starts, Linda asks about all of the things Jupiter's been accused of, and instead of dismissing it aggressively as he usually would, Jupiter's answer here is a lot more sober. That's not to say he takes responsibility, blaming all of it for being high on nicotine and alcohol.
I understand it hurt, and I was trying so hard to keep things under wraps, but at the same time, I wasn't entirely sober at the time. Yeah, I wasn't sober. I was mostly high on nicotine or drunk.
When you smoke so many cigarettes that you message a minor? Linda goes on to bring up Jupiter's now ex-girlfriend, Abby. She claims that Abby's been in regular contact with her, and that she's reached a point where she no longer wants anything to do with Jupiter, which actually lines up with what she said in her interview with Sewell Moon. Some time is spent recounting some claims made by Abby, of which most had been in the interview. In particular, she mentions how he and Abby started dating when she was 16 years old. This does contradict an earlier statement made by Abby in the Sewell Moon interview, although the reason for this discrepancy isn't very obvious. It's possible Abby has since corrected the record, or maybe Linda simply got it wrong. Among other things, Linda asked Jupiter if he had truly physically abused her, and Jupiter responds to these allegations quite harshly.
She said that you, inappropriately touched her and you hurt her.
I didn't know such thing, and she knows. I didn't know.
It's also worth noting that while Jupiter denies ever doing anything to Abby, he does admit to having tried to strangle his sister when prompted by Linda, but again, he doesn't really take responsibility, saying he was much younger than his sister had claimed when the incident happened, and therefore, it's just not that bad.
That was a long time ago. I was a child.
You were 18.
I was a child. I was 14. Not 18.
Linda does bring up that there were multiple instances of him doing this to his sister, but he deflects further by saying he was too young to really criticize him for. It's a mystery how this is supposed to exonerate him for attempted murder, considering it's fairly clear that, while clearly mentally challenged, he understood the consequences of game-ending someone, even at that age. On a lighter note, some more amusing things were brought up throughout the video, including a status update on his power, where he revealed he's not a half-vampire, half-werewolf, but a werewolf-vampire-demon-dragon hybrid. He also assures us he does not, in fact, wear diapers, and that his sister had lied when she'd said that. He also talks about how, being a paranormal expert, he's been doing a lot of research at the library, where he actually spends most of his time these days, due to the free Wi-Fi. The interview part of the video concludes with Jupiter demanding that Anonymous stop harassing him and his family, and after a curt goodbye, the call ends. Linda goes on to talk about everything for the next 6 minutes, repeating her pledge to put him in prison, while lamenting the fact that gathering evidence has been extremely tough. Overall, this interview was probably the least consequential, as the main takeaway from it is that Jupiter is not in prison, and there's little chance of him being arrested in the foreseeable future. But it does confirm that Abby found a way to get out of her miserable relationship with Jupiter, which I'm sure many would find comforting. This wasn't the last we'd see of Jupiter, though. A month later, Linda would release another interview with him, which went on to be a bit more interesting than the last one. From the get-go, we start off with a brand new accusation, which Jupiter is quick to confirm when Linda tells him she's aware of some girl he had sent pictures to on Kik. Jupiter, while not denying it, clearly wants to move on from the topic, getting quite agitated the more Linda talks about it.
Okay, can we drop that? Now it's making me feel even more agitated. Can we drop it?
Sorry, yeah, I'll drop it.
Thank you.
From early on, we also find out he's been engaged on Facebook to some girl named Xena, although it hasn't been made clear who that is. From pretty early on, what you'll notice is that Jupiter seems a bit more hostile towards Linda than usual. He tells her that he's genuinely upset by the fact that she would openly expose him to the masses. Amusingly, she told him that she was very sorry about it, which Jupiter seems to take at face value instead of realizing that it's an obvious lie. Especially considering that if he'd actually been paying attention, Linda has repeatedly said she wants him in jail forever and that she's trying desperately to have that done.
You were opening a whole can of worms, and I was upset that you would do something like that behind my back without clarifying if it's okay with me first. And then when you posted me in a negative light, what the hell is that about?
I know, Jupiter, we already had this conversation. I said I was sorry.
But I'm just letting you know that I'm still upset. Even though you said you're sorry, I'm still upset with you.
The topic of Abby is brought up once again, this time by Jupiter. It seems he's given up on trying to get in her pants at this point, as he's quite openly berating her in front of Linda, telling her she's lied about everything.
And I do want you to know that bitch Abby lied about everything. You know she was lying.
The topic of what happened between them is discussed in brief, as Jupiter explains he had tried to contact her in the interim, but that he was unable to, after which he had blocked Linda for a while. More interestingly though, this is followed by Jupiter talking about his two brothers. He complains that his family's criminal history is being shared online. Very notably, Jupiter actually defends his brother Duke, calling him a good guy, and even more notably, he reveals that he has actually forgiven his brother Shane. Linda takes the time to be coy about it, leading to Jupiter writing her a message, which Linda later reads out. Possibly the most interesting thing in this video is an inadvertent admission on Jupiter's part that he's actually facing some kind of charges that he believes he can beat.
The hater's gonna hate, and I'm still gonna live, because I know in my heart, in my own heart, that I'm gonna beat these charges. I'm gonna beat them. I'm gonna beat the odds. Because I have people like you, like Xena, and a bunch of other people who support me. I still have you guys on my side.
Now, we don't know what these charges are, and there isn't much in the way of evidence online, but it seems more serious than he may have let on previously. There's a rather long section of Jupiter rambling about how he finds Linda attractive and how despite everything that's happened between them, he's still in love with her. He goes on to say that despite him getting engaged to this Xena character, he would still hook up with Linda, as long as she doesn't reveal it online. In a continued display of his very likely schizophrenia diagnosis, Jupiter also reveals he's actually been communicating with Linda telepathically, and that he's been hearing her thoughts in his mind over the last couple of months.
Let's just say I hear your thoughts sometimes, and it scares me, because you cross over to the dark side sometimes. You go BDS kind of dark, and I'm like, and it makes me blush. Sometimes I see the pictures that you send me in your own mind of what you want me to do to you, and it just makes me blush.
This goes on for an uncomfortably long period of time as Linda, being the committed troll that she is, plays along, leading to a very interesting discussion that I'd rather not talk about. Instead, we can talk about how he's still talking to his plushies, and in particular, he talks to his daughter, Maria, disciplining her for allegedly calling Linda a bitch.
You deserve that one, little one. You ever disrespect someone I care about again, or even disrespect your mom, I will paddle your little flank. Understand? Good.
In another display of his horrifying violent tendencies, Jupiter actually admits one of the reasons he had been acting so close in the last interview is because he wanted to rip Linda to shreds. He does mention that isn't the case anymore, but not before telling her how if he really wanted her dead, she already would be. This may be a less serious threat than the others he's made, as when he's asked about how he would do it, he said he would use his SSI benefits to hire a hit. He goes on to reiterate that, living in Idaho, he has keen knowledge of where he can hide a body, thus using this to further threaten the trolls and haters. The interview is cut short, as even Linda, who at this point has been a stunningly dedicated actor, couldn't seem to deal with the threats of violence. The last couple minutes are spent with her talking about how she couldn't listen to him anymore, and just her sharing her own mental state and admitting she's scared for her life. She also admits that she doesn't really enjoy doing this, and that at this point, she's not even sure she should publish the much-hyped documentary.
All in all, this is not something that I want to be doing. I don't want to be talking to Jupiter. I just feel a lot of pressure. I feel a lot of pressure because I know a lot of these people that are following me don't care. They only just want to see what Jupiter is doing, what Jupiter's up to. Why am I still talking to him? Well, when I got on the call, I thought that I would get enough evidence that I could include in the documentary I'm making. But now, I'm scared if I put out the documentary, he would hurt me. And no, I am not receiving any telepathic pictures.
And that's about where our story ends. There have been no real new developments outside of 2 more rather excellent videos by Mr. Snowflake, which, while not getting as much attention, did provide some valuable insight using clips and videos from Jupiter's YouTube channel, which previously were relatively unknown. I've made a lot of videos about a lot of weird people. Some of them are just embarrassing like DSP, and some of them are refreshingly interesting and cordial people outside of a few clips like Vegan Gains. Jupiter, though, is quite different. It doesn't suffice to say that he's a bad person, because that's something you could probably say about half the people on this website. What he is, though, is one of the most mentally disturbed and downright despicable individuals I've ever covered. There's not any real silver lining, there's no happy ending. Despite the efforts of so many people to put this man in jail, all that's really been done is that this guy's been thoroughly milked for all the content that there possibly could be, with not a lot in the way of real-world progress. Likewise, by restricting him from platforms where he's in the public eye, Jupiter is out of the spotlight, and now there's no telling what he could be up to. Given what we know about him, I reckon it's not something he'd want us to know about right now. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
That one was a little boring. It seems like a gross cringe predator that probably needs to be put down, but other than that, not much there. Where's the fucking way down? I'll just shut that off for now because I don't got shit that I want to watch right now. We'll just hang out and try to level up. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll upgrade the Abyss Tracker real quick before I continue this mission. That way if I keep getting jumped by Starborns, the fight is faster rather than shorter. Mm-hmm.
Okay, no problem. Need some work done? We'll do... Sure, have at it. Whoa! No. Okay, no problem.
I just realized my fucking mic was still up. Jesus.
So, this ship of yours, does it take standard, you know what? Okay, no problem.
Even after all that upgrading, the fucking goddamn Star Guardian still has the best shield. Fuck. Even after all those fucking modifications, the damn Star Guardian is still better. I'm just walking right past the fucking objective, Jesus.
Hello, welcome to the Galbank Archives.
don't. Me? Everything checks out. There we go.
Is there anything actually interesting in this fucking bank? I've been here, I think, 3 times now. I've never had any reason to stick around. My dog just fucking farted right next to me. Yeah, there ain't shit here. I'm surprised I just popped that guy and didn't get a bounty. I thought for sure that would give me a bounty, but I guess he was an ecliptic merc too. That or they just fucked up the coding and I got away with murder.
Your buddy Rokov is aboard the key.
Yeah, Yeah, that'd be a first.
All right, neighbor, you... Well, all right. Speaking of which... Neighbor?
Yeah, keep your pants. And damn it. Yeah, sure.
Both of you shut up.
This sounds like a gun.
The Rook's right. We
That transponder is military grade. But we grab that little beauty, and we'll be able to track anything you want.
All right, here is the plan, so shut up and listen. Rook, I want you and neighbor to put your heads together and get us that comm spike. I don't care if it's mounted at the top of mast. I want it. In the meantime, I'm going to find out more about this EM-class gas giant problem. And I think I know just...
Give me a little time. I promise.
All right, that is enough. Now, both of you, get the hell...
All right.
They're sharks, but to the fleet, they're just bait.
Need a drink? Hog and the last Nova will be more than happy to take your credits.
Ship services? You need it? I've got it. All right, let's get right to it. Well, well. That about does it then. Hell of a deal for both of us, I'd say. Anyway, here's your cash. All right, Fleet?
Mm.
Solid docking job there. Nice work. Do what Commander Ikande says. Most of our operations team wrapped.
So I heard there was a bit of excitement. Yes, and I heard there were no...
Except for the eclectic hit squad that you took down at the archives.
Speaking of which, I assume you copied. Let me see what you got. So the legacy went down at Bannock 4.
Bannock 4 is an EM class. Good. That should slow... You're doing exactly what we told you to do. What, do you think we're stupid?
All right, calm down. Even if they...
I fucking hate the lieutenant. I wish I could just straight up murk her right here on the fucking ship deck. It's so annoying how condescending and antagonistic she is.
They have information about the...
I'm afraid I'm not familiar.
No. It's an advanced signal...
There must be an information. I'll see what I can...
Fine. You keep playing along. Perfect. Just stick with the plan.
Early reports say your mission on the Siren was a success.
Nice work.
I'm sure the commander is pleased.
Are you kidding me? Dombrowski was already making a six-figure salary, and yet he couldn't resist starting an embezzlement. It makes me sick. Ah, it's gonna be an abs. Any other fragments? All right. We'll be here if you need us.
I have a guide here from Rock Paper Shotgun that says a lot of the shit on this planet gives a lot of XP from when you kill it. Hopefully this is correct.
Landing initiated. Watch your flaring.
Holy shit, 134 XP? That's as much as a fucking Terramorph. Props to Rock Paper Shotgun. This shit's actually working. Only 29, what the fuck? Alright, the other piece of evidence, or the other piece of fucking... The other piece of advice was to complete all the fucking main story quests, so I guess I'll do that. Why is this building from Dubai the only thing that survived? There's like an invisible wall, I can't get in. Like I'm trying to get into these crevices so I can climb up and shit, but it's not letting me in. I don't know why they built these holes if there's gonna be these fucking invisible walls keeping me out. I don't understand. Can't get in over here. Thought there was gonna be some cool fucking item or something on Earth.
Landing gear is ready. Site is clear.
What is my character looking at? Oh, there's a hole at the bottom here. That was easy.
Something wrong with the math? I think it's quite straightforward.
That's not what I'm
So many things were under wraps before, but now everyone wants all the publicity they can get. I'm already seeing proposals for manufacturing androids of drives, expeditions to Alpha Centauri and beyond. It's also overwhelming and worrying. It could take years, decades, before we know what all these side effects of operating a craft drive can be. But no one wants to hear that right now. Like a bunch of pioneers racing towards the edges of the frontier without knowing about the grizzly bears in the mountains.
I never actually got to visit your lab.
I know.
My name is Dr. Victor Isa. And if you're listening to this, then you probably already know the truth. I was young when I first headed the retrieval team of an odd gravitational anomaly on Mars. But I kept what really happened that day hidden from everyone except one other person. Even she didn't believe me at first. But I have no reason to lie to anyone now, so I hope you'll accept this confession, whoever you are. When I touched the anomaly, I experienced 12 days of lost time. I met myself. He told me everything that has since come true. The grav drive equations, the tests on the moon, Earth's atmosphere sputtering away because of what we had done. But he also told me about a city thriving on a planet orbiting a distant star. Human culture, art, music, lifestyles evolving and shining brightly across all of space.
And it looks like other starborn got here before us. So, you might have company.
Can't remember how the fuck I got in here in the first place.
Now that you have retraced Earth's destruction once again, do you feel any differently about it? Do you see
the emissary trying to guilt trip you for all eternity? That's the true crime here. The artifact...
Don't you see? The power of the artifact forced humanity to the stars. How many would have chosen Earth?
Are you getting tired of hearing this yet? Because I know I am. Every universe, it's the...
In the wrong hands, the power of the artifacts can make anyone a tyrant. That is why we watch over them. The only...
Don't be a fool. The emissary and I may have our differences, but you do not want to give us a common...
For once, he is right.
Well, look at that.
You've made your choice. When you...
Meaning, we'll kill you. The final round doesn't start until there's only one artifact left to gather.
I don't really see the point of getting any other fucking perks other than just utility bullshit at this point. Guess I'll just hold on to these.
National Research Station. What? We have nothing on the comms. Look, what are you doing? Really? Behind? Alright. What's inside? I'll get the door.
I hope it gives me a workaround to fucking skip like most of this shit.
Scan is clear. One moment. Attention all. I am declaring a cordial. All sections are now on alert. Senior staff, protocol Delta. So, there. Be right with you.
Ethan Hughes, Chief of Security. If you'll follow me, we'll take the back way up.
We'll save the other guy this time around, see what happens.
Here, you can see our lovely storage area. Don't touch anything. So, research team mostly works on experimental physics. Strictly confidential. What the? Easy! Easy! What the hell? You can explain. I should have never let you in. What? That... Alright. Come on, this way.
Who's there? The distress signal. Yeah, I know. It's been so... Wait. You're... What?
Yeah, we should. Wait, he's back. Alright, we're on our way up. Hughes out. I was just filling in the director. Let's keep moving. If anything happens, the director's office is on the second floor, end of the hall. You can't miss it. This way.
Come in. Kaya Patel, Research Director. And this is our Chief Scientist, Maria Hughes. Ethan said you disappeared right in front of him. Twice now? 3 times?
Director, you can't be taking this serious. Look, I don't... No. Our experiment.
What have we done?
Uh-huh. Shoot.
The source of the an alternate...
That's ridiculous. The accident?
All right.
Direct.
Enough. Maria?
Come with me. The control unit is in the fabrication lab next door. What have we gotten ourselves into?
What happened? You mentioned that before. I don't understand. Okay. We can get out through the pantry.
What the? You... Security breach! Go! Everybody out! For it! Out of my way!
Look at this. I'm not sure. How should I know? I just want to get out of it.
What? You realize you... Sure. Yeah, let me get the door. And done. Yes. The original survey team ran across them. You're welcome to read the... The Kataxi in the other unit. I've got an experimental thing. I think... Hold on. What did I do to deserve this? You don't... Sorry.
creepy ass weird fucking noises. God damn it.
What, did you get lost in the hall? I hope you know what you're doing. Oh. Calibrating to 89 teravolts. What the? Into the distortion, please. All right. Right, stay there. Let me turn the feed back up for a moment. Calibrating to 90, 91. Right. If you can get down, disengage the... Oh, it really is.
Well then, if you need supply, before you go, there. If this experiment, what happens then? Then the question is... I see. If this were a choice, but as the director of the station, I won't beg. Now, it's done. With the network off, Ethan?
I'm gonna see how I feel, but so last time I picked them, which means Raphael went over there and died, but I wanna see if Bethesda chickens out and makes it to where if I pick him, it saves everyone instead.
Don't touch the... Yes?
Excuse me.
I wanted to get equipment. I don't know why the...
Okay, hello?
Ugh. There we go.
Tatiana Barakov, I can spare a few minutes. Beyond that, I am...
Thank you kindly. That's all I needed because I got, I think, like 30 or 40 of these each.
A security lockdown is active. Emergency override controls are available on designated security terminals.
Why would they have a master lock on one side and then it be completely open on the other?
A security lockdown is active. Emergency override controls are available on designated security terminals.
What the hell was the point of me shifting here if I can't go through anything? Fuck it. Hopefully that wasn't too important. Oh, I want to see if I can open these fucking doors. Man, I wanted the doors to open, motherfucker. Hey, what's up, Ed? If your stomach hurts, you probably gotta take a shit, my guy. Oh, nice. Nice. Why is it shit? You got to work out. Or did something else happen today? Oh shit. With what? Rona? Hopefully it's nothing too serious. How long have they been together for? Holy crap. That's awesome.
Controls are available on designated security terminals.
Holy, oh my lord. I have no idea what was doing so much damage. That's crazy, man. Tell him congratulations for me. What about yesterday? Oh, whoa, 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 what the hell? What the hell is doing all that damage? Hmm. I mean, do they see proud of, or do they seem proud of you right now? I imagine they would be, seeing as how you're almost done with school, you're working out, you're doing all this shit while you're so young. I mean, I would assume that they're already proud of you. Yeah, then you're not wasting it then. If I'm being frank, if you said they weren't proud of you, I'd be a bit confused. I'd be a bit irritated.
You're back. I wasn't sure if you were alive or... I mean, not that I'm not grateful. It's not much, but I scratch. You're welcome to anything else you find lying. And as for me... Now, there's nothing... It's not safe to talk here.
My phone not unlocking. If I had to guess, you feel like you don't deserve the praise you get, or that you're not doing enough to be worth what you have. I'm guessing that's somewhat on the money. That's what you feel, at least. I see what you're saying. I thought you were going the negative route. Sometimes people feel guilty when they feel like they have more than what they feel they deserve. It's called imposter syndrome. Yeah, I would say you are blessed.
Apogee kick complete. Orbit steady.
Landing site is clear. Let's head down.
I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't say nobody cares. I mean, I care what you're going through. I know your parents care what you're going through. Other than that, everything you said is spot on, but I wouldn't say nobody cares.
Landing site locked. Take us in.
Yeah. Everything else you said, I agree with. And for what do you call it? For a lot of people, like it's not just you that just gets sad randomly for no reason. I think a lot of people feel that. I would say it's normal to feel that every now and again. But if you're feeling that like on the daily, you should probably get some professional help, because I've had I've had family members with depression, and man, that shit's no joke, man. You probably won't need medication, but like just somebody to talk to and give you tools to help work through it, you know? Yeah, it's normal to, I would say it's normal to feel like that. What do you call it? I was diagnosed as bipolar when I was really young. So like sometimes I'll be super excited and have like a shitload of energy, and then I want to do a whole lot of stuff, and then sometimes I'm just like, fuck this, I'll do this tomorrow, I don't want to do nothing today. I've never been in such a depressive state where like I stay in bed all day, but I do have family members that get to that level. But I mean, you don't have to have like some disorder to just feel down in the dumps every once in a while. I'd say that's a normal feeling to have. It's good to think on what might be making you upset or what might be making you sad. But if the answer is literally nothing, if like nothing is going on and nothing is going wrong and you just feel sad, then I would just take some time for yourself to recuperate, do what you like doing, hang out with the people that you love. I would say that's a big one. That's one that usually really helps me feel like when I'm super depressed. Typically I'll hang out with my wife, or I'll get onto a game with friends, or I'll go and talk to someone that is in my, that I know can make me like cheer me up. I don't usually tell people whenever I'm super fucking upset, but like I probably should, but I just get embarrassed whenever I'm feeling that down. Jesus, I'm missing all these fucking shots. What? Damn, did I fuck this up? Yeah, it's hard finding people like that. Glad that you found someone like that, though, Ed. It's good to have people like that in your life. Me too.
We have visitors!
We have visitors.
Welcome! Don't you found one?
Come on, Rook. Come on. You can make it. Barely stepped on the juryman's road with us. Can't see another soul off to the void so soon. No. No. I'll pour one out to the blackest sea for you, Rook. What the? of cruelty. Multiple units. Not sure if you're... Well, Ghost, but for now...
Fucking motherfucker.
For the artifacts. And I'm sorry. Mort? No. Fine. Conflict. Really? Well, I don't know. Perhaps.
Not at the moment. I'll probably think of something by New Year's, but at the moment, not so much. I don't know what the hell that beeping is.
Always knew we could pull this off.
Now that you have all the artifacts, we should talk. So this is it? This armillary? Funny. I thought after all this time I'd be... That's not what I mean. Say we go to the Unity, become Starborn, enter another universe. We both know that one of us is going to let curiosity win out eventually, but I wouldn't mind pretending one universe is enough.
I'm curious to see what happens if I go there and then turn around.
Pressure holding. Take off course code. Achieving orbit now.
You made it. I never get tired, do I? Welcome, Holmes. As you consider stepping towards infinity, I offer you a glimpse into what will happen to the universe you may be leaving. As the essence of who you are is spread throughout space and time. By defeating both the hunter and the emissary, the path to the unity in this universe is left for the people of the settled systems to discover on their own, uninterrupted by powerful Starborn. Ron Hope's downfall proves once again that the Free Star Rangers put justice above petty power plays and politics. A sense of commitment to the common good grows throughout the Free Star Collective. Acts of heroism and noble sacrifice increase. The resurrection of the Asili species leads to a massive reduction in terramorph attacks across the settled systems. At the same time, the need to spread the Asilis far and wide increases cooperation between all the factions. Belief in the UC as the diplomatic leader of the settled systems grows. Ryujin Industries dismantles the internal neuroamp and keeps its existence a secret. The company is successful, but quieter. Your lover, Sarah Morgan, eventually chooses to be reborn herself. Your commitment to each other bolsters all relationships in the settled systems. Marriages blossom, more children are born who want to be explorers.
I'm trying to see what happens if I walk away, because there's supposed to be an option to walk away from all this and return. But it doesn't seem like I'm getting it. Or it's making me walk a long time to get to it. Whoop. This is the only... I have never done that before, so I was curious to see what would happen if I did walk away. Whoa.
Unexpected. Will you look at that? Thought there was no cards left in the deck that could pull one over. Hope so. All the same, happy to see you.
I don't believe it.
Oh, sorry. Was doing... Got one.
The Unity let you come back? Generous of the Unity to wait. I don't want to sway you.
Well, what do you know?
Everyone's like, oh my god, you stayed. Plus, I'm still trying to get my, to level 100. I feel like I have the best shot of that here.
Landing gear. Check. Sight.
Alright. Stream for 5 hours. I think I'm gonna call it. Because my dog is being a dick, and I promised my wife I'd watch TV with her. So I'm sorry to say it, Ed, but I'm calling it. I'm gonna keep farming off stream, and then on either today or tomorrow, I want to be at like level 99 and be like a hair's breadth away from leveling up, then get level 100 on stream, and then play another game. Leaning towards Devil May Cry 5. But yeah, if y'all tuned in today, thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Ed, for stopping by. If you see this after the fact, please hit the follow button and make sure to follow. That way I can see you on the next stream when I'm live. Probably be streaming tomorrow at around 9 to 10 a.m. But yeah, hope y'all enjoy.